Cubs are continuing their week-long homestand against a pair of teams that made the postseason last fall. Following the Nationals' exit and an off day, the defending American League champions are on the north side this weekend. We are leading up to Cubs and Royals at the top of the hour on Cubs Pregame Live.
This is Fields Auto Group Cubs Pregame Live.
And with Mother Nature perhaps playing some tricks on us throughout the weekend, we didn't want to roll the dice and be out there in the event the skies opened. Alongside Todd Hollinsworth, I'm Chris Bowden, filling in for David Kaplan here on Fields Auto Group Cubs Pregame Live. Cap out in Vegas with his son, celebrating one of the son's birthday. I'm sure you've been reading all his tweets from the casinos and gentlemen's clubs and Wayne Newton concert. Nothing says bonding with a son like that. But the Cubs getting ready to face the Royals here, Todd. And first month and a half of the year, we saw the Cubs playing their division heavily, each team at least twice. So you got a good sense of where they stood against their division rivals to this point. Now you're kind of opening up the box and playing a couple of good teams here this week, including the one that's in town here today.
Well, right. You're getting tested in a variety of ways. I mean, we're getting tested offensively right now. Cubs offense, but a little bit slow. I mean, you're seeing some good pitching. At the same time, the Kansas City Royals come in. Certainly one of the better teams in the American League. They've off to a great start as the season tells you, but they're struggling right now. They've lost 4 in a row. Got swept out of New York by the Yankees, and their offense is struggling. So this is an interesting one. I like this game. I like this matchup, but it is, as you said, a great test for this Cubs team, this young Cubs team, to see where they stack up, how they stack up against some of the better teams in baseball.
And as you mentioned, perhaps catching the Royals at a good time, the way they've been scuffling a little bit. Who knows? Maybe they're mad. They've been mad a lot so far this season. But the Cubs coming off that series against the Washington Nationals, in which they dropped 2 of 3. But Joe Maddon's club was in each of those 3 contests that they lost to. Each of the 2 contests that they lost to.
Takeaway is we can play with these guys. I feel very confident about that moving forward as we continue to get better. Entertaining baseball at Wrigley Field for the last 3 days.
And in that series, 11 runs total, Todd. 9 of them came by home run, all of them solo.
Well, you know, don't want to overreact to it. I mean, you say, okay, well, the offenses, you know, the guys aren't getting the job done. They're stealing bases, not putting guys in motion. We're not coming through with runners in scoring position. We're hitting a lot of solo homers. But fans, let's be honest, when you see elite pitching, that's exactly what happens. You start to see the better guys in the game, the margin shrinks. These guys, they're all right with runners on second and third and 1 out. They're going to pitch themselves out of a jam, or they're going to pick up a big strikeout, or they're going to throw that wipeout slider. When you see the better pitching in our game, it happens a lot. The batting averages come down, and those runs become a premium, really. And what we saw is that we've got some power on this team. So I am optimistic that we're going to learn an awful lot from playing the Nats, from playing the Royals, and what elite pitching is all about. At the same time, sure, there are areas we can play better on, especially defensively. But the offense, I'm not too concerned about it right now. I think we'll get our acts together.
Let's talk a little bit more about that defense, because one of the reasons that they were all solo home runs, pitchers able to avoid that situation. Right. When their defense put them in a bad situation. Cubs had 3 errors in that series finale against the Nats. Didn't factor into any of the runs, but Joe Maddon would certainly like to clean things up in the field.
We work on it constantly, man. It's just, and if you've noticed, it's a lot of routine stuff. You've also noticed we made a lot of great plays the last couple of days. We have made a lot of really good plays on defense, and then the one that seems to bite us is the more the routine stuff. And that's just repetition and technique. I talked about it the other night, and just being fundamentally sound. That's all that is, and we're working on it always. And these guys, I will never denigrate the work of this group or the coaching staff. They're outstanding. It's just, it's a little bit of a youthful thing, and we just got to get better.
Yeah, the 39 errors on this team, 4th highest in all of baseball. The 4th lowest fielding percentage at .978. And you go around the infield, that's where the real culprit is, Todd. Castro with those couple the other day gives him 11. That's tied for 3rd among shortstops. Brian 7, tied for 4th among third basemen. Addison Russell, you can give him a little rope in changing positions. 7 errors, leads all second basemen.
Oh, I tend to give Russell and Brian a little bit of rope. I mean, this is their first go-around at the big league level. Things happen, game speeds up, and it slows down at times, and it's a different pace. I mean, they'll tell it to you. All season long, I will continue to give them grace when it comes to their performances this year, because your first year in the big leagues is your toughest. That being said, Starlin, I mean, there's some of these casual plays, or routine plays, I should say, they got to be made. I mean, the bottom line is we can't let this happen. I mean, you don't want a trend to develop. I mean, I put a little bit on Anthony. We were showing that highlight the other night. That was with a runner on third base. Anthony's got to keep that ball in front of him as well over there at first. So a little bit sloppy of late. It's nothing that can't be cleaned up, but Joe Madden talks about it perfectly. The athletic plays, the athleticism. We see what this team can do and what they're capable of doing when we see the spectacular plays. This stuff can be cleaned up. It is absolutely repetition. It's making those plays with your eyes closed. And right now, with the two young guys, I certainly would give them a little bit more grace as they figure out the big league level. Starlin, I think it's okay to expect a little bit more right now.
Yeah, and with Addison Russell, that being his natural position, people, of course, want to point to that, as well as Javier Baez, having some history at shortstop as well. Let's head out to the north side right now, get a take on what's going on and this matchup between the Cubs and the Royals. With more on that, we go live to our Kelly Kroll. Good afternoon, Kelly.
Good afternoon, Chris. Well, yeah, as you guys were mentioning, the first interleague action of the season for the Cubs, and you get the sense in the clubhouse that these guys are kind of looking forward to seeing some new names and new faces. It's been quite some time since the Royals have actually visited the friendly confines. 2001, the last time they were here, in a pretty different group taking the field this afternoon, and Kansas City fans traveling pretty well. I'm taking a look around right now, and we've got a lot of light blue jerseys in the stands as well, but as you said, maybe catching the Royals at a pretty good time, having dropped their last 4, but they are still tied atop the American League Central right now. So Joe Madden, having seen a lot of this club during his time in Tampa, and tells us just what makes them so good.
And they used to beat us with the Rays even before they got good. They were always a pain in the butt because when you're talking about speed, they could really injure you on the bases. You have to keep the proper guys off base and permit the improper guys on base. Their defense is spectacular. That's everybody talks about them and all this other stuff. Their two main for me ingredients are their defense and their bullpen. That's where they separate themselves.
About as homegrown as you can get with these two organizations matching up this afternoon. The Cubs' young guys have continued to impress over the last few weeks. Chris Bryant hitting .300 this homestand, 7 long balls in his last 18 games. And Addison Russell, 3 hits, including a very clutch walk-off double the other night. Theo Epstein saying you can really see that he's taken a deep breath and looks more relaxed, just playing like himself now. And Junior Lake back in the lineup this afternoon, hitting 7, as he had a very nice evening on Wednesday, a double, a stolen base, and manager Joe Madden very much liking what he sees from his young guys and feels like they can hold their own against just about anybody.
I believe in our guys a lot. I've been saying a lot of good things about the Royals here, and I do believe they're good, but I really believe strongly in our people. I like the names on our backs a lot, and as we continue to move this forward, I think we could accelerate the learning curve here and get it done more quickly.
Raining here just a few hours ago, and so now very steamy at Wrigley Field, and as you can see, a chance of rain pretty much the entire afternoon. So we'll hope Jake Arrieta and Edinson Volquez can kind of make this a quick one. And one more note to mention, Jason Hamill, his start being pushed back to Sunday now. He was supposed to start tomorrow. It'll be Yoshi Wada. There's a fingernail on his pitching hand that's just kind of been bothering him, so Joe Madden says it just gives them a chance to have one more day. Jason Hamill going on Sunday, guys.
All right, Kelly, thanks very much. Keep the rain away. I think this pitching matchup will help assist in that as we take a look at today's DraftKings pitching matchup. Jake Arrieta against Edinson Volquez. And Arrieta, we talked defensively a couple of moments ago, and the defense kind of let him down a bit in Arizona, but he hung on there in his last start last Saturday before the Cubs ended up out-slugging the Diamondbacks in their only win in the desert.
Well, it works hand in hand. I mean, you know what it comes down to with Arrieta. I mean, he's doing such a great job this year getting ground balls, for example. Better than at any point in his career. Well, those ground balls have to be fielded, and those plays need to be made. He's actually getting, it's 2-to-1, ground balls to fly balls, and then you factor in the strikeouts. He's doing a lot of great things out there. The defense needs to help pick him up. Last 2 starts at Wrigley Field, 15 innings, couple earned runs, 17 Ks. You know, it really comes down to this for me. You know, the Cubs making plays and what this Royals team is actually going to do, how they're going to attack him in this ballgame. They're a very aggressive group. They lead the majors in batting average. They also are in last in walks.
Yeah,
so this is an interesting, approach how they're going to take it today. Jake loves to throw that first pitch fastball, that cutter as well. I think it's going to be a big pitch for him today. So we'll see how he gets after this Royals team. I know that they will come out swinging.
Yeah, 9 earned runs in his 5 home starts. That's certainly reassuring news as he takes the bump today. Not so reassuring, the guy he's going up against. Time for Built for Business, presented by Comcast Business. And that brings us to one Edinson Volquez. Cubs not catching a break after seeing the pitching that they saw from Washington earlier this week. Now they get Edinson Volquez thrown at him, and there's a look at what he has done career-wise against the Cubs. Can also tack on a relief appearance in that mix as well, but 7-0. And very familiar with this team from his days in 2 other NL Central cities.
Yeah, it's rarefied air. There's only one other person who's who's undefeated against the Cubs in the history. Randy Johnson, 13-0. So there you go. Listen, part of this is what the Royals do. They don't ask a whole lot out of their rotation. Edinson Volquez is solid. Listen, 94 miles an hour, fastball, curveball change. You're going to see it today. We can sit here and talk about the history all you want. It's going to be a good mix. It's half off-speed, half fastball. I probably would anticipate that because we've been so aggressive early in the count that maybe you'll see some of that off-speed stuff early. So let me say it this way. But the Royals have kind of a foundation how they like to go about it. Their bullpen has been so good over the last couple seasons that 15 outs, 16, 17, meaning their starters just get us into the 5th or get us past the 5th, get into that 6th inning, and they're okay getting into their bullpen. So I think that's really helped Edinson Volquez in really his game, and a lot of the starters that they've had is that it's not like you've got to go out and give 6, 7, 8 solid innings, almost kind of like what we ask, right? When we're going through some of these bullpen issues, we're saying we need more from our starters so that we can protect our bullpen. The Kansas City Royals is the complete opposite. We need less from our starters so we can get to our bullpen.
And that Volquez, what he's done against the Cubs, even more impressive because the strikeout to walk ratio, not that impressive, just 51 to 33. He manages a way to get out of any particular jams. As Kelly mentioned, first interleague contest for the Cubs this season. Kansas City's been pretty good at it over the last year and a half. What were your thoughts on interleague play as a player? Has it changed at all since you've become a part of this racket here?
It is interesting. I like interleague play. I always have. It's not nearly as big a deal now today as it was even when I played. When I played, it was kind of a big deal. I loved obviously going to the American League ballparks because we added a bat to our lineup. So you just kind of eliminated the pitcher altogether. But I will say this, it's an interesting dilemma that the Royals have. Let's use them as an example. Kendrys Morales has been a huge part of their early season success offensively. 37 RBIs in the season, 55 hits. He's sitting the pine today, and that's a big plus for the Cubs. You don't have to deal with his bat. Now, you kind of have to respect it coming off the bench late, but who knows what situation you'll have late in the ball game. So they lose a huge thumper in the middle of their lineup because they're in the National League Park.
Time for our first break here on Cubs Pregame Live, presented by Fields Auto Group. Up next, we'll take a look at the Cubs lineup, which numbers will hold true. The current Dexter Fowler finds himself in, the career domination over Edinson Volquez. We'll hear from Joe Poole and examine those metrics. After this, also get some of his thoughts on interleague play.
Cubs Pregame Live is presented by Fields Auto Group. Fields matters because you matter. See Fields first. FieldsAuto.com.
Hello, I'm Dan Fields of the Fields Auto Group. I want to thank everyone who took part in our memorial event. And now it's our turn to fulfill our promise. We're proud to present this check for $30,000 to Deb Rickert and Operation Support Our Troops America to further their great work.
Thank you, Dan and Fields Auto Group, and everyone who participated. This check will enable us to ship comfort packages to more than 10,000 troops worldwide.
Thank you, Operation Support Our Troops America. Fields matters because you matter.
The world is constantly being refreshed. We flip it, we spin it, we own it. We live it. And that's not how we planned it. That's just how it flows.
Out here, there are no cheat codes, no avatars, no magic stars. This does not require an operating system or a username or password. And there will not be better versions of these games coming out next year. There's nothing like the good of sport. This spring, shop the brands you love, plus thousands of items on sale now. Sports Authority, all things sporting good.
Chicago is a place where made in America still means something, and quality means everything. And when it comes to the highest quality cars on the road, Honda is America's best. With millions of Hondas built right here in America from suppliers right here in the Midwest. And right now, your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealers are celebrating with 0.9% APR financing for well-qualified buyers on all 2015 Honda Civics and Accords. Don't miss the America's Best Sales event at your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealer today.
Back on Cubs Pregame Live, presented by Fields Auto Group, and C.J. Edwards is moving up the minor league chain. Goes from AA Tennessee up to AAA Iowa. He had been a starter, but the Cubs, after I guess some arm issues over the last year or so, decided to move him to the pen, and it's been going very well for him. Check him out: 23 innings pitched and 36 strikeouts so far. Potential answer so far. If it's anything similar to that at AAA, might we see him before the end of the season?
I absolutely. Listen, Carl Edwards should absolutely be motivated. There's no doubt about that.
He's a race car driver now, too.
All I'm saying is the way it works in the minor leagues when you start to perform is that you recognize what's going on at the big league level. I mean, everybody's looking for a hole, something to get in there, get me my opportunity. I mean, that's it. I talked about it all the time. The internal competition that you have in the minor leagues is fantastic because guys are competing against each other in the Cubs system to get to the big leagues, right? That's how it works. Not only are you playing your games, but you're playing against each other because you want to get there. He's in a great spot right now. He's throwing the heck out of the ball, and we've got some spots in the bullpen that might be a little questionable right now.
He was C.J. Edwards. Now he wants to be known as Carl Edwards Jr., not to be confused with the race car driver, I suppose, but perhaps thinking ahead to his what his baseball trading card will look like or something like that. We were talking interleague play, and for the first time this season as the Cubs manager, Joe Maddon gets a taste of, or gets to see some of the old American League clubs that he used to see a majority of the time. And he was asked in the pregame get-together with the media how he thinks he's adjusting to the National League style.
The game itself is entirely different with the pitcher hitting, and I honestly believe there's so much more to think about during the course of the game. The National League moment popped up the other day when Kyle's pitching a great game, not a good game, and have to hit for him based on the lineup situation. There's that moment. There's the moment where you do want to possibly utilize your pitcher more than that particular inning and have to do the double switch. You have to be cognizant of that. For the most part, the league itself, I mean, there's not been as much bunting as you would think, or hitting and running, as had been advertised back in the day of Dick Groat. You're not necessarily seeing that. But primarily, it's just more strategical with the pitcher hitting and trying to utilize that. But I'm learning, the fact that I'm liking the 8-hole even more with the pitcher, and for the primary reason you get a chance to hit from a little bit sooner if it's necessary. I think that's popped up more than the fact that you want to delay hitting for him. The fact that you want to hit for him earlier pops up more frequently, and I like it for that reason. I think also with that, I've learned that you have to get over the fact that when you look at the lineup presented before the game, where the pitcher's hitting 8th, understand that's just one time. It's just really one time. And the time that it can burn you, in a sense, would be when the 3-place hitter leads off. That's the potential for bases loaded and 2 outs, and here he comes. So whenever that pops up, I'm aware of that. So if that pops up, then you might want to do something differently before it gets to the 8-hole with the 6- and 7-hole hitters. I mean, these are the things I'm kind of piecing together now, trying to avoid him hitting in a real vital moment. But for a lot of different reasons. And then I also believe with Addison, I think he's benefited mentally by hitting in that 9-hole. I also believe his on-base percentage is going to increase as we move it along, just as he learns to control his own strike zone better. So these are my thoughts. I mean, I've been obviously thinking about this stuff because you asked that question. So when the game begins, this is what I'm focused on. I try to sit down before the game and analyze all that, and then game in progress, it's becoming a little bit more familiar.
Unfortunately, we don't have time to go back to the Dick Groat reference. We're just going to go straight to the Cubs lineup presented by Wrigleyville Sports. Dexter Fowler in a 1-for-15 funk with 7 strikeouts, but has had good success historically against Edinson Volquez. And after a couple of days off, he did get a pinch hit the other day. Jorge Soler also back in there, but we'll get back to him in a moment. Fowler one of the few guys who's able to put some good numbers together against Volquez.
Right. Well, let's hope history wins out. I mean, players are different. This is a hard one to figure out. You can roll the dice on. You can say, okay, well, Volquez, those numbers are strong. We've got great success. But at the same time, it's the first question I asked. Walked in here, somebody said, Fowler's raking against him. I'm taking. I said, yeah, but he's won for his last 15, which is what matters more. You know, with the off day yesterday, I'm going to roll with the 8 for 25 and take my chances there. You know, as a former player myself, I mean, you sit back and you think, hey, you know, I got some history here. I should get good results if I put good swings on the ball. And right now, hey, we're going to talk about Soler here for a second as well. He's doing a much better job. Big month of May for himself. Swinging the bat, using the off-field. That's always big for me. You know, when he was starting to get fooled by the slider, it was because he was pulling off the baseball. He really wasn't going through the ball. And you see this right here. I mean, he's just using that up-the-middle swing, going the other way. Hey, we're going to see his power when the time is right. We talked about it with Chris. Chris came up and did such a fantastic job of establishing himself so quickly. Jorge maybe did a little bit of that last year, but what we've seen this year is, you know, when he gets pull happy or he overswings, you know, he loses his bearings on his strike zone.
Yeah, look at the way the Royals are lining things up. Salvador Perez has been an absolute monster in interleague play of late. Lorenzo Cain, 0 RBIs over the last 2 weeks after having 5 against the Yankees the last time he had an RBI. But those are guys lower in the lineup below the guy at the number 2 hole. He's the straw that stirs the drink today.
Well, right now, he and Hosmer. Hosmer's having a fantastic season as well. I think this Royals team really is defined by Moustakas and Hosmer in that, you know, you get back to last postseason, both of them were major factors. For Moustakas this year, it's been about the approach. Last year, didn't want to use the off-field. In fact, found himself in AAA at one point, was striking out way too much and couldn't come up with consistent at-bats. Now he's doing it. You see a 300 batting average. And guess what? Yeah, he's still got some power, too. So he's using the entire field, but that has really been his approach. He has made the adjustment, and honestly, I'd be willing to say his career was on life support last year. I wasn't sure we were going to see him again, and he's actually become, as you said, the straw that stirs it. I think he's been that big for them.
I don't think the players, as they're on the bases, are doing the same thing that the White Sox are doing, or hand out T-shirts either. Fans making their way in. Hopefully the weather will hold up. Arrieta versus Volquez. Cubs pregame live. Winding down. We'll get Todd's keys when we return.
Nissan Altima with up to 270 horsepower. Get the ride of your life at your local Nissan store. Plus, get up to $1,000 bonus cash on select models. Shop ChooseNissan.com.
Elk Grove Village is home to the largest industrial park in the United States. It's a community of makers, companies that invent, design, manufacture. When your neighbors are makers, the supply chain gets shorter and profits grow. It's why businesses thrive here. Elk Grove Village. Makers want it.
For this Memorial Day, Honda's celebrating the way Americans celebrate best, with pyrotechnics. Because when you can get a Honda for an incredible holiday deal, we think it's worthy of its own monument. Meet, melt, save more.
Get into America's best overall brand at the Honda Memorial Day sales event.
Chicago's favorite spot for prime steaks, the freshest seafood, and world-famous Florida stone crab. Come on down to Joe's.
Nissan Altima with up to 270 horsepower. Get the ride of your life at your local Nissan store. Plus, get up to $1,000 bonus cash on select models. Shop ChooseNissan.com.
Introducing Ride by Yamaha, the world's first dual throttle handlebar control system. Engineered to change the way you experience the water. Benefits include enhanced handling and smooth deceleration. Docking and slow speed maneuverability is simple and precise. There's only one way to ride, and it's only available on Yamaha Wave Runners. Yamaha, the #1 brand on the water.
When you paint with Frog Tape, something magical happens. Because Frog Tape is the only painting tape with patented paint block technology to give you the cleanest, sharpest lines possible. The patented paint block reacts with water and latex paint to form a microbarrier against paint bleed. Frog Tape Delicate even works on freshly painted surfaces, giving you maximum creative flexibility. For professional results when you paint, there's only one name to know. Frog Tape. Keeps paint out, keeps lines sharp.
Sportsnet Central every night at 6:30, 10, 10:30, and midnight.
Cubs and Royals getting set for action. The Royals, this week's Sports Illustrated cover boys. Maybe that's the reason they've dropped 4 in a row. Maybe that's one of Todd's Fields Auto Group keys to the game. Let's find out.
Interesting. I did not know. If I knew that, I probably would have made it the key. There's no doubt about it, right? I like it. All right, aggressive approach here. The Royals, listen, they love to swing the bat. We talked about this a little bit earlier in the show, but it's important to bring it back up again. And listen, I mean, this is for Arrieta, kind of how he is going to attack the Royals today. He's going to have to be very good with pitch number 1 and pitch number 2. I'm not talking strike 1 or strike 2. I'm talking those first 2 pitches of the at-bat where the Royals, I know, are going to be very, very aggressive. And we've seen this approach work for some teams kind of going up against Arrieta with the idea that we don't want to watch him get nastier as the at-bat goes on. Let's get after him early. Well, the Royals do this anyway. I just told you, they're last in the big leagues in walks. This is a team that hits, loves to hit, and loves to hit with runners in scoring position. So Jake's going to have to be all about it because those Royals have an aggressive approach. Early offense for the Cubs. The boys getting it done. Now listen, the Royals have given up 12 runs in the first inning of the last 4 ball games. Following me, right? So this is part of this Yankee series. The Royals starting pitching has been questionable at times, and I think there's a real opportunity for the Cubs to come out and swing those bats. There is a very clear-cut way to beat the Royals. I've said it before, and if you watch Major League Baseball, the Royals have the best bullpen in all of baseball. You don't want to mess with it, nor do you want to be dealing with it behind in a ball game. Get after Edison Volquez. Be ready to swing that bat. Be ready to run the bases. Be ready to take the extra base and see if you can't get something going early. And what I've proven with those numbers right there, those 12 earned runs, is that most teams in the American League know it. We get after the Royals early. We don't want to find out what that bullpen's all about down by a run or down by 2 runs, even though it's kind of worked for us here this season. And the last one is extra outs / opportunities, and really just kind of honing in on those errors. Guys, this is a top flight team in baseball. The American League, they're the defending, they went to the World Series, they're the defending American League champions. I mean, if we give them extra outs in this ball game and in this series, we're going to find ourselves much like we were in the Nats series, playing from behind and playing chase. Don't want to do that. We've got to clean up that defense just a little bit and start making those routine plays a little bit more routinely.
Who is your key performer?
Key performer today, I'm going to go with Anthony Rizzo. He has risen when we've needed him to. I'm expecting him to have a big weekend.
Riz rises. And I am going to go with Dexter Fowler, even though Todd has his doubts about the 1 for 15. I'll go with the 8 for 25. And talking about getting going early and trying to get to Volquez early, we'll see if he can do that right off the bat in that first inning. We'll watch him for the rest of the game, too. Hope you're going to watch the rest of this because we're heading out to Len and Jim after a quick timeout. Cubs and Royals will be back for Postgame Live.
This Cubs injury report is brought to you by ATI Physical Therapy. Taking physical therapy to a higher level. Ask your doctor about ATI Physical Therapy. Get there.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. All strike 3. History in the making. Cortez, 23 years old, first woman in the majors.
Never miss a moment. Get live TV on the go included with AT&T UVerse TV.
Why pause a spontaneous moment to take a pill? Or stop to find a bathroom? Cialis for daily use is approved to treat both erectile dysfunction and the urinary symptoms of BPH, like needing to go frequently, day or night. Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and medicines and ask if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Do not take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Do not drink alcohol in excess. Side effects may include headache, upset stomach, delayed backache, or muscle ache. To avoid long-term injury, get medical help right away for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease or loss in hearing or vision, or any symptoms of an allergic reaction, stop taking Cialis and get medical help right away. Ask your doctor about Cialis for daily use and a free 30-tablet trial.
The experts at Binny's Beverage Depot can read my mind. They can even read my signs. Can't find it at Binny's, it's probably not worth drinking.
Chicago is a place where made in America still means something, and quality means everything. And when it comes to the highest quality cars on the road, Honda is America's best. With millions of Hondas built right here in America from suppliers right here in the Midwest. And right now, your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealers are celebrating with 0.9% APR financing for well-qualified buyers on all 2015 Honda Civics and Accords. Don't miss the America's Best Sales event at your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealer today.
Field today as the Kansas City Royals come to town for the first time since 2001, and it's the first Budweiser Bleacher Friday. Interleague play begins for the Cubs today. It's the first of a 3-game weekend series. Great to have you with us. It's the Beach Bash theme out in the bleachers this weekend. Jim DeShays and Len Casper. We've got our swimming trunks on. You can't see those right now. So the Royals are here. They've dropped 4 in a row, but they kind of picked up right where they left off last year. They're tied for first.
Yeah, they're an interesting club. They remind me a little bit of the St. Louis Cardinals from a couple of years back. They don't hit a lot of home runs. They don't steal a lot of bases. They got a bunch of line drive hitters. They play outstanding defense. We highlight a couple of the individuals. Lorenzo Cain, an outstanding outfielder. He leads the American League in all-star votes in the outfield. Alcides Escobar likewise at shortstop. Mike Moustakas really coming into his own at third base. He's a Gold Glover. They got Gold Glovers all over the field. Edison Volquez, nothing new about him. We've seen a lot of him. He's 7-0 in his career against the Cubs.
Jake Arrieta will pitch for the Cubs today. Now, he's faced the Royals in the past, but not really the same club. It's been a few years.
Yeah, most of the guys in this roster do not have much history with Jake Arrieta. When facing them in the past, he's done well, 2-0 against them in his career with a 3.12 ERA, and he's been lights out since joining the Cubs here at Wrigley Field.
Should be a fun weekend. Big crowds expected all weekend long as the defending American League champs are here. Remember, they took the Giants to the brink in the World Series last year. Good measuring stick for a young Cubs club. We have Cubs baseball next.
There are measures we can offer. Other agents in the field?
I work alone.
Okay, what's it gonna take?
I want a guarantee.
He wants the card.
I'm in.
He's good.
Drop my phone.
Get beautiful new floors right now with Luna's incredible 70% off sale. That's carpet, laminate, and even hardwood, all for 70% off. You'll get professional installation and can be confident with Luna's exclusive Love Your Floors promise. Transform your home with an amazing 70% off carpet, laminate, and hardwood. Reserve your free in-home appointment at luna.com or call 773-202 Luna.
DirecTV Cinema has the latest Hollywood hits almost a month before Redbox. With just one click, you can watch hot new releases like American Sniper.
I need you here.
Big Game.
President is in big trouble.
The Loft.
Thinking about our wife. There's a dead woman here, Vincent.
Good Kill.
Rifle. Missiles off the rail.
So say goodbye to Red and stay home instead with DirecTV Cinema. The newest movies, no returns, and 0 late fees ever. Movies start at channel 125.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all. AT&T UVerse. Find out what's possible with AT&T. Call 1-800-PIG-ATT, mobilizing your world. Ford. Check out America's freshest lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. And by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com.
And we'd like to welcome all our viewers watching on Cross Cable in Manhattan, Illinois, on the American Forces Network around the world, and also ESPN UK, and it's hot and it's muggy. We've got a big crowd here. The weather should be interesting this weekend. We may have about a 35 to 40 degree drop in temperature tomorrow night, but summer-like weather here this afternoon.
Sultry, warm, sultry day. It'll be a challenge for the pitchers, pitching in the heat and humidity. We would talk about the wind blowing out, but so far this year that hasn't been as big an issue as we might have anticipated. There's been 3 or 4 games where we're talking, man, it's going to be a 10-9 game. Balls are going to be flying out of here. The pitchers have been able to pitch better than the elements would indicate. We'll see how it plays out here today.
The Royals have been coming here for a long time, playing the White Sox, but the first time against the Cubs in Chicago in 14 seasons, as Jake Arrieta will face this Southwest starting lineup written out by their manager, Ned Yost. They lead the majors in batting average, although they've scuffled here as of late during a 4-game skid. Escobar, Moustakas, and Kane at the top. Hosmer, Perez, and Gordon in the middle. The veteran Infante at second. Paulo Orlando getting the start. Alex Rios should be back off the DL tomorrow. And the pitcher, Edinson Volquez.
Defensively, the Cubs have been a little shaky with the infield play of late. Here's how they set up this afternoon. Junior Lake gets a start in left. Dexter Fowler center. Jorge Soler in right field. Third to first. The customary program. Bryant, Castro, Russell, Rizzo. Miguel Montero behind the plate. The Lexus pursuing perfection. Starting pitcher is big right-hander Jake Arrieta. 4 up, 4 down. 2.95 the ERA. See, he's been awfully tough to hit. League batting just 229 against him. He's allowed only 3 home runs. And he has been very comfortable here in his home ballpark since joining the Cubs. He's 11-5 with a 2.12 ERA here at Wrigley Field.
That's Accrucci. Tom Hallion in his 23rd season. Bruce Dreckman's at first. Alfonso Marquez at second. And Chicago native Dan Molino is over at third. And it will be Escobar to dig in. With the wind blowing out, the lights are on as we get started just after 3 o'clock. We'll have some shadows here. It'll start to creep onto the field in about an hour. First pitch swinging. Escobar out into very deep left center. And it's gone. A leadoff home run for Alcides Escobar. That's his second of the year. And it's quickly 1-0 Kansas City. And ironically, that's not what the Royals do. They're not a home run hitting team.
No, next to last in the American League in long balls. They've only hit 34, make it 35 now with that swing of the bat by Escobar. They're, for the most part, a team that hits a lot of line drives. They hit for high average. They don't walk. They don't strike out. And Escobar with a little first pitch ambush. And the Royals take an early lead.
Moustakas goes after the first one and bounces to Russell for the out. They come out hacking. And it'll bring up Lorenzo Cain.
That was a common theme for them in their recent 4-game losing streak. They've scored just 1, and 3 of those 4 ball games they scored 2 in the other.
Cain, the American League Championship Series MVP last year. Fastball at 95 for a strike. They missed up and in. 77 degrees, south wind, although right now kind of southwest. It's blowing out, we'll put it that way. And it's going to, if the forecast holds up, blow in tomorrow. Nice backhanded play. Bryant, long throw, and it's offline. That'll be an infield hit for Cain.
Nice play on the backhand side by Bryant. Long throw across the diamond. Unlikely you're going to get Cain. He runs quite well.
Now Eric Hosmer, a 2-time Gold Glover. They've got a lot of first-round picks. Hosmer, the 3rd overall pick in 08 behind Tim Beckham and Pedro Alvarez. And he looks at ball one.
Yeah, it takes, you know, a little bit of a leap to think about the Royals as a good team. They were so bad for so long. And those bottom of the division finishes put them in pretty good stead in terms of the draft picks. They've had a lot of young talent come up in recent years. But they're legit, no doubt about it. Some people wondered about that last year, just kind of a fluky run. The way they've played so far this year, 10 games better than 500 leads you to believe that last year was not a fluke.
Yeah, they've kind of played like they've got a chip on their shoulder. A lot of prognosticators, as you mentioned, did not have them back as a first division club. They've been involved in several bench clearing incidents. They've been hit by a lot of pitches. Kind of young and brash.
From 2004 through 2012, they did not have a single winning season. They finished last 5 times, and their average finish during that run was 26 games behind the first place club.
1 ball, no strikes. Here's a pitch, a big cut and a miss. And a slider at 90. 1-1.
They were hardly Royal during that run.
Touche.
They were rather surf-like. They were like peasants.
Bryan way off the line at third. And Hosmer taps it foul.
High average team. 281. That's
best in the majors.
Yeah, 30 points better than league average. So they slug, not because they hit a lot of home runs, because they hit for high average. They hit a lot of doubles. Bullpen better than the starters. And the approach at the plate just completely different from the Cubs. It's kind of going to be a fun series to watch.
Double play ball. Russell feeds Castro, and they turn it. Castro ended up on the deck as Kane went sliding in, but no damage done. Leadoff homer Escobar. Cubs coming up when we return.
I need nothing, I have everything I need. I walk along the dusty road, a bucket in my hand. I've walked another 100 yards and I'm not the least bit tired. Howdy folks, it's me, Colonel Sanders, with a sweet summertime deal. 8 pieces of chicken, a large coleslaw, Kentucky baked beans with pulled chicken, 4 biscuits, and a half gallon of Dole Classic lemonade. It's finger licking good.
Who says desirable can't also be responsible? With 46 standard safety features, the Lexus RX is proof that fun can be good for you.
Lease the all-wheel drive 2015 RX 350 for $399 a month for 36 months, and we'll make your first month's payment. See your Lexus dealer.
Things move fast around here. Who's got time to look at the fine print? So you see DirecTV's new offer. $19, you think. But after just 3 months, you're paying over $100 a month, and it keeps going up. Turns out you're locked into a 2-year contract that could cost you nearly $3,000. Thinking about DirecTV? Think again.
There's nothing direct about DirecTV. Call Xfinity from Comcast for a great offer and lock in your rate for 2 years.
If today's Cubs leadoff man gets a hit, Benny's Beverage Depot will donate $100 to Make-A-Wish, Illinois. Let's get the Cubs Southwest starting lineup. Dexter Fowler hit cleanup on Wednesday against Max Scherzer, but back in his customary spot atop the order. Bryant, Rizzo, Castro, 2 through 4. Miguel Montero, the catcher. You see off to a very good offensive start. Jorge Soler playing right. Junior Lake in for Chris Coughlin in left. Arrieta, the pitcher, still looking for his first hit of the year. With the rookie Addison Russell batting ninth.
Well, Gold Glovers are potential Gold Glovers all over the diamond for this Kansas City Royal club. Alex Gordon has won 4 of them. He's just brilliant out there in left. Lorenzo Cain In center field, Paulo Orlando plays right field. Mustakas, Escobar, Infante, and Hosmer third to first. Hosmer's won a couple Gold Gloves, as has Salvador Perez, the strong arm catcher, and the Lexus starting pitcher is Edinson Volquez.
And a first pitch strike on Fowler. Volquez, boy, he had a really bad year in 2013. Padres and Dodgers collectively a 5.71 ERA, but the last two seasons, Pirates in 2014 and now with the Royals, JD, totally different.
Yeah, really good for Pittsburgh last year. A 13-game winner with a low ERA, and the Pirates got a bargain. They paid him $5 million, but he parlayed that good work into a 2-year deal with the Royals, plus an option.
Broken bat ground ball to Infante, who will take care of him. 1 out.
And, you know, the most important thing that Volquez has done is cut down on the walks. Still in his career, double-digit walk rate, which is way too high, but that has not been the case the last couple of seasons. And just learning to dial it back a little bit, not trying to overthrow, pitching to contact a little bit more. Got a good lively heater, curveball, and a swing and miss changeup. That's probably his best pitch.
Facing Chris Bryant. Volquez 6 feet 220. And a singeing fastball at 96, but a little low for ball 1. Bryant with his first 91 career plate appearances without a home run, but he's now connected 7 times in his last 77 trips as he yanks it foul.
You know, such a good hitter at every level, and given what we saw early on from him, you know, he looked like the kind of guy that was going to be able to make adjustments on the fly, and that's exactly been the case. He's got such a disciplined eye.
See Perez setting up toward the outside, and that is a strike on the breaking ball. It's 1-2.
He doesn't fool easily. He doesn't chase pitches out of the zone often. Everybody does it sometimes.
We get a good look at the grip on those pitches. Volquez, you could see him lift that index finger to throw the curveball. You should be able to get a good look at it when he wants to throw the change from the windup from our center field camera.
A little spike curveball there as he pulls the index finger back, kind of gets it out of the way so he can create that extra leverage for his middle finger where he pulls that seam.
And that's the changeup, and a really good one as Bryant strikes out swinging.
Yeah, he gets a lot of swings and misses at his changeup. Even in the zone, typically you talk about a good changeup, and it's a pitch that's moving out of the strike zone, but he really sells it. And against the Cubs, 10 times a starter, 7 times a winner without a loss, and a 2.90 ERA. 3-0 here at Wrigley with a 3.63. In the big unit. Got a ways to go to get to the big unit.
2 down, and it's Anthony Rizzo off the plate in for ball 1. 23 strikeouts, 25 walks, and he's been hit 13 more times. So it has pumped up his on base percentage. You love that ratio.
Good atmosphere in the ballpark today. A lot of Kansas City fans here.
The 1-1 on the way, and it is a called strike.
Royal incursion here. The Royal blue and the Cub blue, and we're going to be having some fun out there in the bleachers.
Just as long as the arguments stay fun in nature. Castro on deck. Escobar led off the game with a home run on the first pitch. See, Perez wants this pitch in the dirt. It's not where it ended up. He was tapping the ground, saying, get this curveball down, and it was way up, but he got away with it.
Marquez wants to try another one. Wants to try to make an adjustment.
Yordano Ventura will go for the Royals tomorrow. Tsuyoshi Wada moved up a day. Jason Hamill with the fingernail issue will be pushed back to Sunday, and he'll face right-hander Jeremy Guthrie for Kansas City. Called strike 3. Fastball inside edge to end the inning. Cubs go down in order. 1-0 KC after 1.
Checking 2 bags? That'll be $0 extra. Want to change your flight? $0 for that. Live TV? Tack on $0. Everyone who flies Southwest knows 0 adds up to a lot. Book your low fare now at southwest.com.
With an 11% rebate for everyone on everything, we can all bring home the American dream. Menards gives you the freedom to save on anything you choose, including sale prices. That's savings on top of savings. Whether you're stocking up, cleaning out, fixing up, or building new, Menards has what your home needs, and you can save 11% on every single item. Hurry in because Menards has an 11% rebate on everything.
Save big money at Menards. What's in a can? Possibilities. The beginning of something promising. Something real. That will refresh your perspective every time. So what's in a can? That's up to you.
The Budweiser Bleacher Friday Series kicks off. All kinds of fun things going on in the outfielder. That's the Sand Sculptress, and boy, is she talented. Not only is she out there, but they're playing music, and all of the fans out there in the Budweiser bleachers getting a cool pair of these sunglasses that I'm rocking, which today we certainly need them. But this is part of a 6 Friday series that they will be doing different themes today. The Beach Bash theme, but the next one, guys, coming up on June 12th against the Cincinnati Reds. It'll be a country day, so all kinds of country music and fun things going on. But certainly a nice day to have that sunscreen they're giving away and these sunglasses.
Yeah, definitely need it today. As we mentioned, it's warm. It's a little muggy. It feels like a day at the beach. As Salvador Perez, the Royals catcher, leads off here in the Kansas City second.
Free swinger, but a dangerous swinger. He's got power.
43rd start out of their first 47 games. He started last year, regular season and playoffs combined, a major league record 158 times behind the plate. He broke Randy Hundley's old record with the Cubs back in 1968, but he started 156 times, all in the regular season that year. Chop to the shortstop, Castro. Easy play.
So I think Perez is one of those guys, if you're managing him, you give him a pass on routine ground balls like that. Hey, don't sell out going down the line. Save your legs. Catching almost every single day. Speed's not a part of his game anyway.
There's Alex Gordon, the left fielder, one of the best defensive players in baseball. How about a left fielder getting the Rawlings Platinum Glove from last year? Best defender at any position. And he sends this one out into deep left center, and it will go. So the Royals, not known for being a home run hitting team, they have deposited 2 into the bleachers here in the first 2 innings.
But they are known for having a good solid approach at the plate, and Gordon, a left-handed hitter, willing to shoot that ball the other way, gets it airborne with authority, takes advantage of that wind blowing out. Well, that was a good swing of the bat and another first pitch home run. We'll see if Jake and Montero make an adjustment here and start throwing some early breaking balls.
2-0 Kansas City. Now Omar Infante, 33-year-old, 14-year veteran, an all-star with Atlanta in 2010, is a super utility guy. Swing and a miss, 0-2.
Funny, the story we heard talking to some Royal personnel here was that in their series at Yankee Stadium, they got a little pull happy. They're trying to jerk the ball out of the ballpark, which is against their nature. They just got a little greedy and had a real bad series offensively. Here you don't have to be pull happy to hit the ball out of the ballpark.
Good to have Dale Swain back in the ballpark, former Cubs manager. He is the Royals hitting coach. And we know Dale likes his guys to hit the ball out of the ballpark, but again, that's not really the kind of team they are. As Bryant will get Infante. They need to catch the ball at Kauffman Stadium. And that they do. Better than anybody in the league.
Ned Yost has been with the Royals now managing since 2010.
How about he's managed more games than any manager in club history. And he's closing in on being the franchise leader in managerial wins. He's 9 away from Whitey Herzog. Ball one on Paulo Orlando. We expect to get Alex Rios off the DL tomorrow.
He's gone from 5th to 4th to 3rd to 3rd, and then last year won the wild card and all the way to the World Series. Took a lot of criticism, did Ned Yost, while managing the Royals last year. And the pitching decisions, the fact that he likes to bunt a lot.
That's a strike on Orlando, who leads the majors with 5 triples. His first 3 major league hits were triples. He had 5 3-base hits in his first 7 games, a modern major league record.
Terry Collins just celebrated a birthday the other day. So in terms of age, the elder statesmen, Collins, Madden, and Ned Yost.
Bounce to Rizzo. Arrieta's got a cover, and he gets there. It's a perfect feed from his first baseman, and that'll end the inning. 2 innings in, 2 homers for the Royals. It's 2-0.
Nissan Altima with up to 270 horsepower. Get the ride of your life at your local Nissan store. Plus, get up to $1,000 bonus cash on select models. Shop ChooseNissan.com.
Verizon says never settle. T-Mobile agrees. Never settle for Verizon's overpriced gimmicks. Try the Un-Carrier risk-free for 14 days. You'll love it, or we'll pay for you to go back.
Flour-pressed soap, homemade hot sauce, artisanal pickles, whatever those are. Well, we're glad handcrafted is finally cool. Because at Firestone Complete Auto Care, we've been handcrafting since 1926. Robots might build cars, but it takes human hands to keep them running right. And that's a guarantee, backed by our fixed right promise. Firestone Complete Auto Care. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
Nissan Altima with up to 270 horsepower. Get the ride of your life at your local Nissan store. Plus, get up to $1,000 bonus cash on select models. Shop ChooseNissan.com.
Welcome back, Cubs fans. CSN is your home for the best minor league baseball all summer long. Sunday night, watch Javier Baez and the Iowa Cubs battle El Paso. Starts at 6 on CSN Chicago.
Two 2-0 Kansas City. The Cubs have dropped 6 of their last 10 after winning 6 in a row. They played a lot of teams that had winning records and were in the playoffs last year. If you believe in the strength of schedule, it's not been easy for the Cubs here recently. This is their first of 20 Interleague games against the American League Central. Volquez to Castro, first pitch swinging, and he fouls out of play, first base side.
Trying to take a page out of the Royals playbook, attack early, see if you can get one up in the air. Good aggressive hack there by Castro, but he fouled it back. I was looking at the Cubs schedule earlier, talking about the strength of schedule thing. I guess because there's so much parity in baseball, I'm kind of looking for the easy, stretch in the schedule, and I'm having a hard time finding it. Minnesota, we got them coming up later on this month. All of a sudden, they're good. Cleveland, you never know, especially, so much depends on what pitchers you run into, too.
Yep. Well, we'll be in Miami next week. They have had a real tough time of it. But then you get Washington and Detroit.
Yeah.
Right after the Marlins.
4-game set here with the Reds to start that next homestand. So they're really scuffling.
Line shot, right field. Orlando makes the catch.
Good swing, good at bat. Couple words for Volquez on the way by.
Now, when you pitch, did you have catchers who are really emphatic, like we've seen Perez here early on, in terms of pointing to exactly where he wants the ball? When he wants it in the dirt, he's really putting that glove on the ground.
I know a lot of guys do that. And a lot of times they'll try to deke the hitter too. They'll slide inside, tap the ground, and then move back outside. I don't know if that has any real effect or not. But I'd like the catcher to be really active behind the plate until it came to now when he set that target. And that's one thing. He just did it there. He sets the target and then let his hand drift a little bit. I like a guy to just give me a good, solid, quiet target.
Change up, and it did catch the corner on Montero. Don't think he loved that call by Tom Hallion. 1-1.
Some catchers don't like to move. Some pitchers didn't like their catchers to move much. I like guys to set up on the corners.
That'll get down. First Cub hit. And it'll be a long single for Montero. Orlando bobbled it a bit. But no chance for Miguel to head to second. Comes Jorge Soler. Did not start on Wednesday, just the second time he's been out of the Cubs lineup, but he has appeared in all 46 games to date. And today would be number 47. So last year, you go into the 7th inning trailing the Royals, you could pretty much mark it down as a loss. And as we get closer to that part of the game, we'll talk more about their top 3 guys in the bullpen. But yeah, it's an interesting team, as we talked about their offense. Don't hit homers very much, don't walk much, hit for a high average, play great defense. And last year had one of the best bullpens at the back end that you've seen. Really kind of the nasty boys going back to the Reds in 1990.
Yeah, just about every bullpen now has a slew of power arms out there. But not only do they have power arms, they have guys that just shut people down.
The 1-1 is bounced just foul. I don't know if he actually bounced it off himself or not. Does it matter?
Shattered his bat. He's going to need a new weapon here, I believe. Sounded like he cracked his bat. Maybe not.
He just
he cracked Salvador Perez is what he did with that follow through. Jorge's going to lead the league in that. He's got a very long swing and a long finish.
Tom Hallion giving him a little extra time to recover here.
A lot of room on the right side of the infield. Fonte cheating towards the base. Hosmer holding Montero.
Emergency swing just to hang in there. Still 2-2 on Soler. So the Royals, the White Sox, the Indians and the Tigers will all come here. The Twins, the only team in the AL Central that will not come to Wrigley Field. And we will go to the south side. We'll go to Minneapolis, Detroit, and Cleveland. Ouch.
The AL Central collectively with the best record in baseball, 20 games better than 500. Kansas City and the Twins are both 10 games above the break-even mark. Detroit a game and a half behind those two clubs. Cleveland just 3 below 500. The Sox are 4 below 500. Man, very, very painful at bat here for everybody involved.
Perez still looks like he's not.
I want to back up
back at 100%.
A wee bit here. I want to go back into the old days mode when they used to handle the ball on a hop.
Another 2-2, and this time he struck him out.
Well, coming into this start, opposing hitters were batting just 195 against Volquez. Righty's actually a little better than lefties. That changeup is so good. It really nullifies the left-handers, and obviously he's comfortable throwing it to right-handed hitters as well. And just finished off Soler. That's his 3rd strikeout. 2 of them coming with the changeup.
Because of what you just mentioned, Junior Lake gets the start for Chris Coughlin. Trying to neutralize that changeup a little bit. Here are your American League standings. The Twins have won 5 in a row and have taken advantage of the Royals' first 4-game losing streak. Detroit always lurking. And the Indians have been pretty good as of late for a slow start.
Club hitters will be well served to be willing to shorten the stroke a little bit here today. Try to stay back a little longer to deal with that changeup.
Knocked down by Perez. 2-1. I want to remind fans, if you're coming to the game tomorrow night, bring an extra layer just in case, especially if you're coming from the western suburbs, because looking at the forecast, it could be pretty cold, and it looks like the wind is going to be 20 to 25 miles an hour off the lake. What's the cliche? You'd rather be safe than sorry.
Yeah. Bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. A rolling stone gathers no moss.
Well, I know you've had family and friends come to the ballpark on certain days expecting it might be a little cool, and then their teeth are chattering. So
it's really good down for the vendors because they sell a lot of extra sweatshirts and jackets.
1 with 2 outs. The pitch to Lake. There's a strike. It's full now, 3-2. And Brandon Hyde will remind Montero of the count. He'll be on the move, and Hosmer's going to play in his back pocket.
A sense of the level of confidence that Volquez has in his changeup. He just threw it there on 3-1.
There it is. And on a hop, Infante drops it and recovers just in time to get Junior Lake. Good hustle by Lake. And Infante ultimately makes the play. After 2, it's the Royals 2 and the Cubs nothing.
This is history in the making. Cortez, 23 years old, first woman in the majors.
Never miss a moment. Get live TV on the go included with AT&T UVerse TV.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced, or descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
This is Adam Jones, center fielder for the Baltimore Orioles. When he's not playing baseball, he's watching baseball. When he's not watching baseball,
watch him run.
He's reading about baseball.
I'm going to nasty.
When he's not reading about baseball, he's listening to baseball.
I don't know how I would pitch that.
And when he's not listening to baseball, he's playing baseball. MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball.
Know you're budgeted for the expected and the unexpected. Know that at least the process of buying a new home can be clear and simple. Know your investments can make retirement closer than you think. Know, the one word behind all the guidance we provide, tools we create, and services we offer. Because when you have insight, you know.
Hey, Cub fans, let's go. With summer right around the corner, things are heating up here at Wrigley Field. Make your plans now to catch a game inside the friendly confines. The Cubs continue this Interleague matchup with the Royals tomorrow night at 6:15. Series and homestand finale on Sunday at 1:20. Get your seats at Cubs.com. There you go, Pat Ron getting into the Beach Bash groove. As Arrieta to Volquez for a strike. First plate appearance this year for Volquez. 085 lifetime. And a one-hopper right to Russell for the out. The Cubs are going to try to wear Blackhawks jerseys for BP tomorrow. Joe said he's still trying to figure out if you can take BP wearing a hockey jersey. He said you can shoot a puck and fight in a hockey sweater, but he needs to know if he can swing a bat.
You could.
Escobar jumped on the first pitch of the game for his second home run of the season, both of the leadoff variety.
Interesting there, right? So he jumped on that first pitch fastball. So this at bat, he's probably thinking, well, he's going to start me with a breaking ball, and Arrieta pumps a heater right through there.
0-2.
Here's how the day started for Jake. If it was golf, he would have taken a mulligan. They don't allow that here.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. This is his first strikeout. And I mentioned this is a contact club.
Yeah, well, they don't take a lot of pitches. They don't walk. They don't strike out. They're up there hacking. So not a lot of deep counts. The benefit from Marietta's point of view on a hot, steamy day, he's got a chance to be efficient here and pitch deeper into this game than he might otherwise do against a more patient club.
Stockus grounded out on one pitch in the first at bat. So last year he spent some time in the minors. He hit just .212 in the regular season. Hit a couple of big home runs in the playoffs. This year off to a great start. He has really improved his batting average on balls in play. Last year it was .220. And for his career, .268. This year it's .349. Spring training, he really tried to work on shift beating techniques. Instead of pulling the ball into the shift, try to line the ball the other way, and it really has paid off to this point. As he pulls one, right on cue, right to Rizzo. And that'll be it for the Royals here in the third. Bottom three, 2-0 for the visitors.
Based on all the construction, it might be hard to grab a seat at Chicago's oldest stadium. Lucky for you, there's plenty of action at Chicagoland's newest stadium. Introducing Stadium Sports Bar and Grill at Ameristar. Over 40 HD TVs, 20 beers on tap, and 50 varieties of bottled craft beer from home and abroad. Stadium Sports Bar and Grill. Game on, Chicago. Must be 21 to enter casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
The Fantasy Sports Hall of Fame presents former accountant Derek Bradley. DraftKings One Day Fantasy Baseball took him from a guy with holes in his underpants to a guy with bikini models in them. How do they do it? DraftKings.com. They have one-day games, so you're not locked in. It's like a new season every time you play. And best of all, you could win a shipload of money.
Play with DraftKings, the official daily fantasy partner of MLB. Play with promo code HIT and get free entry in our daily contest. Get to DraftKings.com.
Honda is about to do something remarkable. We've made the rear-view camera a standard safety feature on every single vehicle in our 2015 lineup. Any car, any trim. Because we can all benefit from a better view of the road.
Join us tomorrow night at Anthem Bar in Wicker Park for a special Game 7 edition of Chevy Blackhawks Pregame Live, hosted by Coors Light. Watch live at 6:30 as Pat, Steve, and Jamal get you ready for the action. Plus, enjoy free giveaways tomorrow at 6:30.
I've learned that you have to get over the fact that when you look at the lineup presented before the game, with the pitchers hitting eighth, understand that's just one time. It's just really one time. And the time that it can burn you, in a sense, would be when the three-place hitter leads off. That's the potential for bases loaded and 2 outs, and here he comes.
Yeah, Joe has hit the pitcher eighth every game to date. And probably the first time that'll change is when we play in Detroit and we have the DH. Arrieta 0 for 21. He has struck out 14 times. Did hit a home run in spring training. The Cubs looking to get some production out of that 8th spot. John Lester hit a couple of balls hard the other day, but still without a hit in his career. And a strike. It's 1-1. Royals DH is Kendrys Morales. May get a start tomorrow. He's a switch hitter against the left-hander Wada. But you'd like to think you have a little advantage bringing an American League club here, since you're at a bit of a disadvantage when you go to an American League.
Yeah, well, Morales has been a pretty good run producer for them. But he can play a little first base. Wouldn't be surprised to see him over there tomorrow.
Called strike 3 on the curveball. With 4 for Volquez. Here's Addison Russell. Talked to Russell today. He said started lifting weights in the football program when he was in 8th grade. So he was always muscular in terms of his legs, broad shoulders, and really bulked up. And at one point in his high school career, he got up to about 225. Felt like that was a bit too heavy, so he got down to 195. He's back up to 210, 215. But he is really put together.
He's got very strong hands and forearms. You shake his hand and it's like a vice grip.
So Yordano Ventura is going to start tomorrow. And I guess Edinson Volquez has been a really good influence on him. He's been involved in some disagreements with other teams where the stuff is just off the charts. And this will be his first career start, obviously, tomorrow here at Wrigley Field. Five times in the first 2.5 weeks of the season, the Royals were involved in bench clearing situations. That's a lot. That's a lot for
a whole
season.
Year.
Going after it is Orlando. He's not going to get it. Russell on his way to second, and the ball disappears in the vines. And Orlando did exactly what you should do in that spot. And yeah, Russell, keep running until they tell you to go back. And it will be a 2-base hit.
What are you playing? I'm a Titleist. It's got a red dot on it. Never mind. Drop one. We'll just play on.
Oh. Kane found it.
First man in scoring position for the Cubs here this afternoon, Russell. You just project him going forward. He's going to be a guy who hits a ton of doubles.
So now Fowler, runner at second, 1 out. Came in hitting .320 against Volquez, 8 out of 25 with a home run. A swinging strike. Nearly hit him. Now 1-2. Let's send out a happy birthday wish to Tom Farinella, umpire room attendant here at Wrigley Field. And get well wishes to our great friend Andy Akins, who works up here in the press box in the media dining room. And Andy, we hope you're feeling better, and we really hope to see you here on the next homestand. Hang in there. Inside, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Trying to throw that come on back 2-seam fastball that he was able to strike out Rizzo with. Could have been. That's the thing about Volquez. We talk about his changeup. He also rushes it up there in the mid-90s.
Popped into left field. And Gordon makes the catch. 2 outs in the inning. We talked about hockey jerseys and fights. How about some baseball disputes? Mike Trout and the Angels. This one got really nasty. Ventura drilled Brett Laurie. And then Eaton bouncing back, and they're arguing with each other, and this one got really nasty.
Yep, bodies flying, punches being thrown. Not many peacemakers out there at that point. Everybody wanted a piece of somebody else in the other colored shirts.
The Royals have acknowledged that, yeah, it got a little out of hand, some youthful exuberance, but fair to say they're pretty cohesive as a group. Bryant, the hitter, with 2 outs, driven out toward left center, and the Cubs will get on the board. Russell's going to score. Bryant has 2, and it's 2-1.
Well, the youngsters come through. First Russell, now Bryant with doubles in the inning. If Anthony can have some success with his second look at Volquez.
Rizzo struck out looking in the first inning. Tying run now at second, and a swing and a foul third base side out of play. Comes a throw behind Bryant and actually hit him in the hip, and he's going to hold at second. That didn't feel too good.
No.
Just to follow up on the bench clearing situations, I guess the ultimate message, I'm sure, from Ned Yost is pick your battles, right? Because it usually results from fights are suspensions and injuries, and those both are bad for teams in contention.
Yeah, and we hear a lot about pitchers and hitters, and the whole deal about throwing at people and retaliation, and hitters, if they've been hit or somebody on their club has been hit, well, somebody's got to go down. Well, priority should be winning the game, and then if somebody does have to go down, you got to pick your spot carefully. And a lot of times the players don't have great feel for the game. I've talked to so many hitters over the years. Man, they're throwing at us on purpose. Well, no, probably not. There are instances, yes, where they have, and it needs to be addressed. The intensity, the emotion of the game sometimes gets the best of players, and they think there's malicious intent when there is not.
And by showing all those videos, it's not as if the Royals precipitated all of those incidents as Rizzo strikes out. So the Cubs do get on the board, a couple of doubles. Bryant's RBI 2-bagger plates Russell. It's 2-1 after 3.
Join Verizon today for $80 a month and $15 per line to get unlimited talk and text, plus 10 big gigs of shareable data. And coverage? We're talking 3 times the 4G LTE coverage of Sprint. I mean 3 times. After all, if your 4G LTE network isn't there when you need it, is it really worth what you're paying? Now also get $200 when you join and buy a new smartphone. Stop by or visit us online and save without settling. Only on Verizon.
Now at Chili's, sizzling fajitas grilled to perfection. Fresh is happening now.
The experts at Binny's Beverage Depot can read my mind. They can even read my signs. can't find it at Benny's, it's probably not worth drinking.
Meet Gina Harrison, a recent grad with a degree in kinesiology.
What's kinesiology? The science of body movement.
Gina's driven to make the workplace healthier. Her dedication could power your whole company. So hire Gina and get your company in shape.
You don't need advertising to get a job. That's why Fifth Third Bank is giving away $1 million in job search training. Enter at 53.com/brand-of-you. Fifth Third Bank, the curious bank.
Here we go, baseball fans. This summer on CSN, kick back on your couch and watch exciting minor league action right here. Sunday, top prospect Javier Baez powers the Iowa Cubs offense into a PCO battle with the El Paso Chihuahuas, starting at 6 on CSN Chicago.
Get a behind-the-scenes look at beautiful Wrigley Field. The Cubs offered 90-minute guided tours that include a chance to step on the field. This must-see Chicago attraction houses over 100 years of history. For more information, visit Cubs.com/tours. Yeah, this ballpark was built for the Federal League team here in 1914. Cubs wore Scheifele's jerseys on April 23rd last year, the 100th birthday of this ballpark. They will wear Chicago Whales unis tomorrow evening. So it's the Whales and the Kansas City Packers tomorrow night. One strike on Lorenzo Cain, one of two guys in their lineup, their everyday lineup, who were acquired in that Zach Greinke deal prior to 2011. Escobar and Cain. So it hasn't been all about the drafting. Also some other key acquisitions. 1 and 2.
Right, and that's, you know, it's one of those mixed blessings kind of deals. When you're bad, you draft high, and you also don't have high expectations for your club, so you can trade away talent to get prospects and wait for it all to come together. Was the program in Kansas City, and that's kind of the way things have been moving along here in Chicago the last couple of years. And now the Cubs ready to make their run.
Cain's story is pretty interesting. He didn't play organized baseball until he was a sophomore in high school. Didn't know how to hold a bat or how to wear a glove when he started. Didn't know any of the rules. Turned out okay, though, didn't it?
It's amazing, yeah. Frustrating for all those people who pumped hundreds and thousands of dollars into camps and clinics and instructions for their kids in hopes that they make it to the big leagues and never do.
3-2 called. Strike 3. Tom Hallion with that emphatic twist on the strike 3 call.
Only Mark Grant could do it better. You see the curveball grip from Arrieta, maybe off the outside corner. Good work by Montero, cradling that one back a little bit. I think what makes the Royals tough is they have good balance in their lineup. You know, Moustakas, Hosmer, Gordon from the left side, Escobar, Cain, Perez from the right side. Nobody with 1,000 OPS or 15 home runs or anything like that, but just about everybody in their lineup contributing.
Clouds are taken over here for the time being. Wind still howling straight out as Hosmer bounces one past Arrieta, but picked up by Russell when he gets it. Ground ball outs for Arrieta, and the stuff that's been in the air has left the yard.
It's true. The only 2 balls that have been in the air have been the home runs. He'd allowed just 3 home runs coming into this start, so that hasn't been a problem for him.
Swing and a miss by Perez. Arrieta, since the Gordon home run, has retired 7 straight. Gordon is on deck. And a 1-strike offering. Another wave at it. 0-2.
Trying to establish fastball early. The Royals took advantage, but now mixing in more breaking pitches. Get it in there.
There's Jake's 1-2. We'll do it again.
Elevated but not in where he wanted it.
Arrieta facing the Royals for the first time since he was an Oriole back in 2011. And a fly ball well hit to left, and another home run. 3-1.
Well, this kind of looks like the National Series. In a couple of those games where just about every run was a solo home run. The 2-1 game that the Nationals won Roark over Wada. There were 3 runs scored in the ball game, all solo home runs. Kyle Hendricks start. The Nationals scored 2 runs, both on solo home runs. The Cubs had a couple of those themselves. They're kind of funky in that regard here lately, and there's a Ford home run replay for the 3rd time today. This time not a first pitch fastball, but a deep in the count breaking pitch on the plate. Was able to go down and get it airborne.
Arrieta had allowed 3 home runs combined in his first 9 starts, and has already given up 3 today.
It's like home run derby. You're either out or it's a home run.
So he's already tied his career high with the 3 allowed.
You just got to keep doing your thing. Don't let it get into your head.
Change up off the outside corner. Well, if you'd like to be a glass half full guy, you could say, I'd rather give up 3 solos than, 4 walks, 3 singles, 2 doubles, and have my pitch count be at 80. At least you're still in the ball game. Is that a stretch, or is that?
No, that's legit. That's legit, because people say, well, he's giving up 3 home runs in 4 innings. He's not having a good day. He's throwing the ball well. Escobar ambushed him on the first pitch, as did Gordon. And that breaking ball to Perez, not a great pitch, but not horrible. The key on a day like today is you don't want to get so gun shy of the strike zone, because you've given up a couple of long balls that you start walking people, and then somebody pops one, and then you're toast.
Soler has to lay out. Maybe a little misjudge at first. He lost his glasses, but he caught the ball to end the inning.
He was fooled badly, but a nice recovery.
3-1 Kansas City.
Know you're budgeted for the expected and the unexpected. Know that at least the process of buying a new home can be clear and simple. Know your investments can make retirement closer than you think. Know the one word behind all the guidance we provide, tools we create, and services we offer. Because when you have insight, you know.
Ford is taking the EcoBoost Challenge all across America. Now it's your turn.
Here we go. To know that the F-150 has the EcoBoost, I'm saving fuel, but I'm not losing any of the power.
The 2014 F-150s are going fast. Don't miss your last chance to get a great deal.
Ford is towing it so easily.
I love the Ford. I like to drive it all the way home.
Get a 2014 F-150 with 0 for 60 plus 1,500 trade assist. Or get 6,000 cash savings plus 1,250 bonus cash plus 1,500 trade assist.
Share your nachos? Sharing. Since you were a kid, it's been share this, share that. Share your toys. Share the bathroom. Share the road. Share your feelings. Share selfies. Share baby pictures. So many baby pictures. Share, overshare. When does the sharing stop? How about with the grilled stuffed nacho from Taco Bell? The first nachos designed not to be shared. It's everything you love about nachos wrapped up and ready to go for $1.49. Oh, and don't share this ad.
Time now for our Xfinity high-speed action. Alex Gordon over on the south side of Chicago. Not caring at all about his own health. He just wanted that baseball. Just hope all the fans were all right.
Like a wide receiver going over the middle, knowing he's going to take the big hit from the linebacker. Or whoever it is that's going to deliver that big hit.
Well, Gordon's story is pretty interesting. He was the second overall pick in the 05 draft, and he came up as a third baseman. And he had to tag the next George Brett, which is probably the meanest thing anyone could ever do to a Kansas City Royal. He kind of blossomed late, and after he had made the transition to left, he has become a terrific glove man. Castro chops one to third. Moustakas bare hands throw at first late. Castro's aboard. I hope he's all right. Kind of an awkward landing at the bag for Starlin.
Yeah, like a sprinter going for the wire. Took a long stride to the base, and there's baseball evening out for you. He had a good at bat, hit the ball hard last time for a line out to right. This time a little rollover ground ball, the thing he's trying to cut down on, but it turns into a base hit for him. Yeah, you see him take that long lunge to the base. Hurts my back to watch it.
So the leadoff man is aboard, and now Montero takes a strike.
But it's with getting back to Gordon just a little bit out there left. It's almost oxymoronic, isn't it? A gold glove or platinum glove left fielder, because left field is the one spot that a lot of times you hide your worst defender.
Yep.
Not normally where you're going to find your best defender.
At 25 and 21, 5.5 back of St. Louis, and now just a half game ahead of the surging Pirates.
Pirates are playing good ball, aren't they?
They've won 7 in a row. Beat up on the Padres last night. Jung-Ho Kang with a 3-run homer.
Now, Montero, he's the type of guy that could definitely take advantage of that wind blowing out to left field. Good power the other way. We've seen him go deep at least a couple of times in that direction. A lot of times with a good changeup pitcher, hitters will say, well, stay back on the changeup, kind of look away, make sure you stay back, and just trust your hands to react to inside fastball. And for the finesse guy on the mound, to feel comfortable that even if you're kind of, it's always a percentage play. Maybe you're not selling out completely on off speed, but you're aware of it and you're trying to stay back, and you hope to react to the fastball. It's a bigger challenge when a guy like Volquez is on the mound who can throw 95 and has that two-seamer that starts at your hip and runs back to the inside corner.
Slide step and a swing and a miss for strike 3.
So as you try to play the guessing game with him, if you're thinking about that inside fastball and try to get the head out early, you become very vulnerable to the changeup.
Soler. We've got people watching us all over the place.
Hey, everybody.
Puerto Rico, William Luna watching and rooting on the Cubs. Happy birthday to John Gardner. It's about 5:15 a.m. in Taiwan. He and his buddy Cameron are watching the game. Ray is in the UK.
Oh, UK Ray. Big Cub fan.
Carlsbad, California. Lance celebrating his 38th birthday.
Hey, a little Larry King working there.
Carlsbad, hello. Yeah. It's actually my Keith Olbermann.
Keith Olbermann, Larry King.
Yeah, it's not genuine. It's like doing the Will Ferrell version of Harry Carey. It's once removed. Hitters count here for Soler, and he bounces one to third. It's foul.
So difficult to preach patience to a young hitter. Patience in terms of his approach at the plate on a day-to-day basis and his willingness to accept the highs and lows of breaking in at the major league level. You know, Soler is a tremendously gifted kid. He's had some good moments. Overall, the numbers aren't bad. You know he wants to hit for a lot more power than he has. Which, you know, I'm sure they're just constantly telling him, trust the process, hang in there, have good at-bats. It'll come.
It has just started to rain. Got a note from David in Evergreen Park. He said it's downpouring there. Well, David, it has reached Wrigley Field. Not very hard, but just some sprinkles. Three balls, two strikes. Will Joe have Castro on the move here with one out?
I would be more fearful of the swing and miss strikeout throw out double play than I would the ground ball double play in this situation. Doesn't mean he won't start him. Just means I probably wouldn't start him.
Not running. That ball muscled out towards center, but it's going to be caught by Infante. Tomorrow night, the Cubs will host the Kansas City Royals at 6:15. The first 10,000 in attendance get a very cool 1915 Chicago Whales replica throwback presented by Benjamin Moore. For ticket availability, visit Cubs.com. That's a cool logo. I saw the jersey today. It's an off-white, kind of halfway down button-up. The cap, I think, is navy blue without a logo, and the helmet, it's that matte finish. It's kind of a new look some teams are going with. Looks really sharp.
I like the matte finish helmet.
Yeah. Swing and a miss by Lake.
And we won't be working in that game, but you will.
I will. With C.J. Nitkowski. I get a left-hander.
Good. Well, should be a smooth transition for you then.
One strike on Lake. So doing some research on the Whales. Trying to give you the Cliff's Notes version here. Joe Tinker, the Hall of Fame shortstop, played most of his career in Chicago. 1913, though, he was a Cincinnati Red, and he was not too happy with the Cubs because he wasn't making as much money as he thought he should. Charles Wiegman, who ended up starting the Federal League team here, had a lot of money, and he overpaid Tinker to not only play but also manage the Chi-Feds. They became the Whales in 1915, and then Wiegman bought the Cubs in 1916. And as most Cub fans know, this ballpark was built for the Federal League team, not the National League club. First 2 years it belonged to the The Feds / Wales. Cubs moved in 1916.
And the Wales won the Federal League, did they not, in 1915?
In 1915, they won on the final day of the season. And then he took some of those players and made them Cubs, including Joe Tinker. And his final year in the big leagues was 1916 as player manager with the Cubs.
Yeah, the squabbles over money, they've been around as long as the game has been played professionally.
0-2 bounces. Pause by Volquez. Over but low. 2-2. Good take.
Yeah.
Well, that's a pitch Junior would have swung at last year.
Yeah, he's able to kind of calm things down in the batter's box a little bit. Small body of work so far at the big league level. I'm looking at his minor league numbers this year at AAA. He had a walk rate up over 14%, way better than he had ever done. He still struck out a fair bit down there, but the fact that he's walked as much as he had may lead you to believe he's starting to figure it out.
3-2, 2 outs. Castro runs. Ball 4.
Now that pitch right there in particular, a real chase pitch for him in the past.
I'll tell you, that is a kind of plate appearance that will go a long way in Joe Madden's eyes for Junior.
Well, it's an attention grabber. Yep. For a guy who's got a reputation at swinging at just about everything. And as I mentioned, down at AAA this year, he's shown better patience. And if he continues to do that, he might get more chances here.
Inside on Arrieta.
This would be a good time for his first knock of the year. Walk by Volquez, the first of the game for him, and we talked about his career record and the fact that he's always walked a lot of guys. Has not been the case the last couple of years, but even with that, he's still a pitcher who runs a lot of deep counts.
That is fair.
Tom Hallion had it foul.
Wait a minute.
Tom Hallion had it foul. Dan Bellino had it fair. The ball was in front of the base, so it's Hallion's call.
Yep,
yeah,
it's
Hallion
foul.
taking it. I got a foul ball.
Yeah, it is a home plate umpire's call until the ball passes the bag, and there you go.
That's embarrassing for the umpires, but at the end of the day, I hit the base. Wow.
Now, so the question is,
well, fair foul before the base you can't challenge,
right.
but if
You're
it
right.
hits the base,
I think it's before. You know what it is, JD? It's you cannot challenge in front of the umpire. So that I don't think is challengeable. It has to be behind the third base umpire. But you're right.
Wow.
And I think Moustakas is telling Dan Bellino it hit the bag.
Yeah, he said, you got it right, Dan. That's funny.
So big break here. Let's see if the Cubs can take advantage. Hang one, Edinson. Nope. He got him on the very next pitch. So it's still 3-1 Kansas City after 4.
Jack Link's Beef Jerky presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Hey, buddy. Come smell those flowers.
Don't be shy. Come on.
Jack Link's Jerky. Feature wild side.
Want to watch a movie tonight? DirecTV Cinema has Hollywood's hottest new releases with a push of a button, but it can take years to stream them on Netflix. That's right, years. Why wait for movies like American Sniper?
I need you here.
Big Game.
President is in big trouble.
Seventh Son.
I am training you to kill witches.
And Good Kill.
Rifle. Missiles off the rail.
Don't get left behind by Netflix. Start watching the movies you actually want to see on DirecTV Cinema, starting at channel 125.
Get beautiful new floors right now with Luna's incredible 70% off sale. That's carpet, laminate, and even hardwood, all for 70% off. You'll get professional installation and can be confident with Luna's exclusive Love Your Floors promise. Transform your home with an amazing 70% off carpet, laminate, and hardwood. Reserve your free in-home appointment at luna.com or call
773-202 Luna.
Welcome back to Wrigley Field. Cubs trailing 3-1. Jake Arrieta back out on the bump, and this is a guy that when it comes to his workout routine, Joe Maddon calls him a freak, says he's extremely diligent. And one of the things Arrieta discussed with us in the media over spring training was that, like a lot of guys across the league, he's trying to get away from the lifting and jerking of weights. So for Arrieta, it's Pilates. That's now his way of strengthening and getting stronger. And as you can see from this picture, the Pilates machine, the only place that really fits right now is the interview room where both Joe Maddon and the players will talk to the media before and after the games. And in fact, guys, the other day we're in there talking to Joe Maddon, and Arrieta is on the machine working out. You talk about kind of strange, nothing I've ever really seen before, but certainly something he says he lives by these days. And even Maddon said, you know, have you ever gotten on one of those things that makes you feel really unathletic, but certainly does the job.
Thank you, Kelly. We should get a Pilates.
Was it a reformer? Is that
set up here?
Yeah.
A what?
A reformer, I think they call it.
Oh,
it's reformer.
Okay. You know, they have those treadmill desks. Maybe we should get one in the booth. You could burn some calories while calling a game. Not that you need to, but if you wanted to.
I could take a hint. This is my mid-game hot dog.
2-0 on Infante. Birthday shout out to Aiden McSherry watching today and rooting on the Cubs.
Yeah, Arrieta is a beast. He's built like a linebacker. Maybe when he's done, he'll go join Kyle Farnsworth and play football somewhere.
I need a ruling on this. You ready?
Yep.
Okay, so Omar Infante was acquired by the Cubs from Detroit on November 12th, 2007 for Jock Jones. Fly ball out into right. And Soler battles his son, makes the catch. Then December 4th, 2007, he was sent to Atlanta. So from November 12th to December 4th, he was technically a Cub. But would you say he was a Cub if it happened in the offseason?
No, I wouldn't say so. Okay. He was a paper Cub, but
I like that, a paper Cub.
Paper Cub. To me, unless you've
put on the uniform,
big league game, you know, even if you go to camp and don't make the club, I still don't think of you as a. Like I went to camp with the A's one year, didn't make the club. I don't think that I was ever an A.
How about you're on a team on an active roster for 10 days, but you don't get into a game? Would you consider yourself?
Well, I mean, maybe the active roster thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Orlando bounces to Bryant. This Sunday, the Cubs will take on these Royals at 1:20. The first 5,000 kids in attendance get a Clark W. Flag bobblehead presented by Jewel Osco. Then at the conclusion of the game, the first 1,000 kids 13 and younger with wristbands will be allowed on the field to run the bases, weather permitting. For more info, it's Cubs.com. Wide on Volquez.
Volquez with the old bail and wail there. His foot was headed towards the Cubs dugout.
Arrieta's 1-2 with a curveball in the dirt. All right, Anthony Varvaro. Would you call him a former Cub? Great question by Hayden on Twitter. He was what, with the club for 1 day in the bullpen, didn't pitch? We were in St. Louis.
Yeah, I guess I would, because he was on the active roster.
Okay, I'm with you. Sorry to make your head hurt. Not my intention.
The question is, what does Baseball Encyclopedia think, or
great
Baseball Reference?
3-1 Royals.
Checking 2 bags? That'll be $0 extra. Want to change your flight? $0 for that. Live TV? Tack on $0. Everyone who flies Southwest knows 0 adds up to a lot. Book your low fare now at southwest.com.
We need to cut down on spending.
Can't be that bad.
Is that a Rembrandt?
I'm a big picture guy. I think you misinterpreted that idiot.
Look, we had CDW custom configure new HP Elite books with Intel Core M processors to improve efficiency.
And?
They're also highly durable, so we save money on replacement costs.
See? Problem solved.
Did I miss out?
No, our sales event is still going on.
I called in sick.
I get it. You don't want to miss the great deals.
Luckily, my boss is out sick, too.
Mitchell?
Sir, I thought you...
What goes on at the sales event stays at the sales event.
Let's look at some cars. Let's do it.
Right now, get 0% APR financing for 60 months on a new 2015 RAV4. Or lease RAV4 for only $199 a month. Hurry in today.
Wow, I got a great deal.
Thanks, Jam.
Feel better now?
Toyota, let's go places.
Hey everybody, Chris Bowden here with the Coors Light Cold Hard Facts Sportsnet Central update coming up at 6:30. Much more on the firing of Tom Thibodeau. We get reaction from our Bulls analyst and former NBA champion Will Perdue. Plus, we're in Anaheim where the Blackhawks are making their final preparations for Game 7 against the Ducks tomorrow night. We'll hear from Coach Q's crew. That after our Cubs coverage. But right now, back to JD and Chicago's #1 hockey fan we also like to call Len Casper, guys.
Thanks, Chris. Follow Patrick Mooney, our Cubs insider, all season long on Comcast Sportsnet. Brought to you by Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich. Visit Jeff at jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. You got a prediction for Game 7 tomorrow night? Besides double overtime?
It's tough to predict in hockey, but I'm going to go with the Blackhawks. The Ducks lost a home Game 7 to the Kings, although the Blackhawks did too. Yeah, how about double OT?
Yeah.
Patrick Kane from behind the goal line.
Andrew Shaw with a header.
Russell bounces foul. As we get underway here in the bottom of the 5th. bunted through it for strike 2. Well, pack your bags, partner. We're going to be spending a lot of the month of June on the road.
Yeah, I was checking that out earlier.
Moustakas has to bare hand, throw to first. He's out. What a play. And Joe coming up on the top step and may want to take another look at it.
Let's find a little time to review it. Moustakas, with Russell going down the line, knows he doesn't have a whole lot of time. And Hosmer, boy, he can really pick it there at first base. I think they got it right. Just 10 home games the entire month of June.
Outside ball 1 on Fowler. Got this 3-city trip coming up: Miami, DC, and Detroit. Later at Cleveland, Minnesota, and to end the month, St. Louis and the Mets. And came off the bat for Fowler. 1 ball, 1 strike. That can't feel too good. So Carl Edwards Jr. or CJ, you could still call him CJ if you'd like, has been promoted from AA to AAA, and those numbers working out of the bullpen with the Smokies. Swing and a miss, he got him. That is number 8 for Volquez.
Cubs farm system obviously very well regarded, considered by many to be the best in all of baseball. It's mostly the position players. There are some talented arms down there. Edwards, one of them. Interesting to keep an eye on his development. Cubs struck out 14 times in the ballgame Wednesday. 13 against starter Max Scherzer in 7 innings. Which I guess is right about where you'd set the over-under with the Cubs' proclivity to strike out and Max Scherzer on the mound. Figured that'd be a big strikeout day for him.
Ran into the Hall of Famer Billy Williams in the clubhouse today. Talking about that National Series, Billy said that's the best pitching we'll see all year. He might be right. We didn't see all of their starters, but Zimmerman and Scherzer, Tanner Roark was very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, if you get Kershaw and Greinke back-to-back against the Dodgers, that's pretty stout. Now this Royals club, bullpen much better than the starters. Their starters have a 4.52 ERA. It's the 11th best in the American League. The pen 184, tops in the AL. It's not a surprise. That's a big part of why they were so good last year.
Good look from behind home plate. Here comes the 2-2 and a nasty changeup. Swing and a miss to end the inning. Volquez has banned 9 and he has a 3-1 lead after 5.
Tie game, 11th inning.
Hondas have done it again.
Chicago is a place where made in America still means something, and quality means everything. And when it comes to the highest quality cars on the road, Honda is America's best. With millions of Hondas built right here in America from suppliers right here in the Midwest. And right now, your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealers are celebrating with 0.9% APR financing for well-qualified buyers on all 2015 Honda Civics and Accords. Don't miss the America's Best Sales event at your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealer today.
What's in a can? Possibilities. The beginning of something promising. Something real. That will refresh your perspective every time. So what's in a can? That's up to you.
Tomorrow on CSN. The men in red are fired up and ready to erupt at home against Montreal with a rush of hell-raising fury. Watch them inflame the impact and go for the goal. Coverage starts at 7 on CSN. Flame on.
Welcome back. We head to the 6th. Royals lead the Cubs 3-1. Are you in charge of planning your next social gathering? Plan a day at Wrigley Field and enjoy special perks only available inside the ballpark. The Cubs offer special ticket packages for groups of 15 or more. Visit Cubs.com/groups.
Cubs hosting the Kansas City Royals. First time here at Wrigley since 2001. Your next question is, what's the all-time series, Len?
What is the all-time series?
Cubs 10 wins and 8 losses. And good to see our counterparts next door. That's Rex Hudler on the left and Ryan Lefevre on the right. Ryan, the son of former Cubs manager Jim Lefevre, as Escobar grounds out. You're welcome to tell a Hudler story. I'll tell the Lefevre story. He said when he was in college, he was in T-shirt flip-flops, and his dad said, "You're going to hang out with Harry and Stoney in the booth." So in our booth, he walked up and he was standing in the corner, and Harry and Stoney are doing an open, and Harry just grabbed him by the shirt, pulled him right into the WGN Open. Ryan said, "I hadn't shaved in 5 days."
Kid, he was a broadcast major, had a grubby beard working.
Good stuff.
Bright neon cap on.
And you know Rex really well.
I played minor league ball with Hud. A couple of stops along the way in the Yankee organization. High energy guy, boy, the wonder dog. A nice major league career with a few different clubs, Montreal, St. Louis. When Hud was a prospect with the Yankees, he was called up and sent down before ever getting to the big leagues. I think Greg Nettles was the third baseman. Whoever it was got hurt. So they called the minor league manager, maybe Stump Merrill, says, we need Hudler up here. We're going to move Willie Randolph to third base, and we're going to play Hudler at second. Well, this decision was made without talking to Willie Randolph. So they went to the veteran. Willie said, "Nah, I'm not playing third base." So they had to call back down and say, "Scratch Hudler, send us Mike Pagliarulo." And so Pags got called up, went on to have a pretty nice year, and Hud had to wait a little longer to get the call. That's hardcore to tell a kid he's going to. That was his first call up ever. Oh. And if any of you, well, I don't know anyone would know Rex, but maybe some of you watching in a clubhouse somewhere know the Rex Hudler personality. You know how hard that heart was broken when he was told you're not going.
All tattered and battered. Yeah, high energy guy.
He was playing second base in his spring training game, his very first major league spring training, and it was a ball hit down the first baseline. He was playing second, and he raced towards foul territory, couldn't catch up to the ball. He did a pop-up slide, and George Steinbrenner was sitting there down in the box, and he just popped up and he said, "That's why I'm your man." And ran back to his position.
2-0 on Lorenzo Cain. And a line shot base hit into center, his second hit of the day. Give Hosmer a chance with 2 outs.
Jake, still a very manageable 70 pitches here as he works in the 6th. This could be a very important inning for him to finish this off. 3-4-5 due up for the Cubs in the bottom half of the inning. Talked about that shutdown Royals bullpen. They have the ability to shorten the game.
Herrera, Davis, Holland. The featured guys out there when they have a lead late.
Royals don't run a lot. Kane would be one guy you have to keep an eye on. He's 8 out of 10 in the stolen base department.
Driven to left. Lake is back on it, and it's going to be off the wall. Kane's going to score. Hosmer to second with a double. That ball landed just beneath the basket. He missed a home run by a couple of feet. And it's now 4-1 Kansas City.
Well, like Gordon, who homered in the second, Hosmer taking that off-field approach. Not just flipping it the other way, but driving it the other way.
Boy, a couple of feet. He missed a home run by maybe less than a foot.
I'm sure Junior knew where he was on the warning track there.
Perez homered in the 4th. You mentioned it early. They hadn't been swinging the bats particularly well. They had scored 5 runs total during their 4-game losing streak coming in. They had just gotten swept in New York. They've had a good afternoon at the plate here today.
Perez got a breaking ball down but over the plate. Lifted it out of here.
Yeah, it wasn't a hanger. Late that time. Strike 3, and that will end the inning. But the Royals do add to their lead. They go to the bottom of the 6th. It's now 4-1 Royals.
Flour pressed soap, homemade hot sauce, artisanal pickles, whatever those are. Well, we're glad handcrafted is finally cool. Because at Firestone Complete Auto Care, we've been handcrafting since 1926. Robots might build cars, but it takes human hands to keep them running right. And that's a guarantee, backed by our fixed right promise. Firestone Complete Auto Care. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
There's a difference between saying you missed an opportunity and you failed.
You're going to tolerate failure. I'm not.
I'm choosing to live in a place that isn't pass-fail. I don't live in a world that's pass-fail.
We've all got one. And whether it be big, small, or even just one loving individual, nothing can replace our family. From our earliest memories to each new second that passes, they've made us who we are, taught us what it means to live, and they've given us the most important lesson we'll ever learn, and that's how to laugh. Here's to the family. Here's to the wilderness. Explore America's largest water park resort.
It's the Volkswagen Memorial Day event, and it's time to break out the SPF. Savings, performance, fun. Right now, you can enjoy great deals on your favorite VW models, like a $500 bonus on the sporty, fun-to-drive Jetta, or the powerful, roomy, mid-size Passat, named one of Ward's 10 best. Don't miss out on these fun-in-the-sun deals. Visit the Volkswagen Memorial Day event today.
Hurry in, and you can get 0% APR for 60 months on 2015 Jetta and Passat gasoline models, plus a $500 bonus.
Comcast Sportsnet, your home for Chicago White Sox baseball.
Time for our T-Mobile game changer. Edinson Volquez, as we mentioned, has gone undefeated in his career in this ballpark. Former National League starter, 7-0 against the Cubs overall, and has been terrific today.
And it's been a combination of things, but primarily that changeup. That's been his best weapon. Cubs have had a hard time figuring him out. And as I mentioned, this is a big inning here. And that bullpen down 3 in the 6th. This would be a good time for the Cubs to inflict a little damage, make some adjustments, get something done here. With the wind blowing out and with the Royals on a 4-game skid, I think Ned Yost is going to manage this game maybe a little bit tighter than he normally would. As managers usually do, right? To stop losing streaks. Yeah, they're coming in. They were off yesterday. When you're losing, it's not like you've been wearing out those guys that you depend on to hold leads late. I'm curious to see Holland, though. He had a little bit of a neck issue. Hadn't pitched for a while, and his velocity's been down in recent outings. 2-0 the count on Anthony Rizzo. Royals over shifting on the infield, as most teams do, and ball 3. I'm not sure what happened to that pitch. Right down the middle. And Perez is saying that when Rizzo flashed the bunt, he couldn't see the ball. Let's see. So Anthony sets the bat right in front of Perez's eyes. Not intentionally. He's looking at taking a pitch there. And Hallian, I think, reacting to the awkward movement by Perez, just missed the pitch. And maybe Hallian's now evening the score. You see the bat right in front of the eye level, and Rizzo not happy with the 3-0 call. Hallian saying to both guys, all right, we're even, let's go. Yep, here we go. Yep. Sinker foul tipped. Interesting. Perez really animated back there. He put down the sinker, the one, he kind of wiggled the index finger, and then he did a chop straight down as if to say throw it right down the middle. Yeah, don't try to be too fine here. You got a 3-run lead. Rely on velocity and movement and try to pick a corner. That one ripped the other way for Rizzo. Rizzo obviously in this at bat thinking of himself as a table setter, taking that 2-0 pitch. A little off-field single. Righty up in the pen. It's number 46. Ryan Matson. He's been a good story. Yep, reviving his career.
Castro has lined out and picked up an infield hit. That is a strike toward the outside.
It's called a strike. I'm not convinced that it was a strike.
So Tom Hallion has upset the Royals catcher, the Cubs first baseman, and now the Cubs.
No, he's right.
TV.
No, you got it right. Yeah, you got it right. This is not good.
Castro's got to hurry. We're only going to get one, as Infante could get nothing on the throw as Rizzo was bearing down on him at second base.
And not sharply hit. And boy, you don't want Rizzo to get a piece of you if you're a second baseman trying to make a turn. Escobar tries to be quick to give Infante a chance. But under duress, doesn't get much on the throw.
So I guess kind of the simplest way to put it, the biggest difference between Volquez and Arrieta, I think Jake's been really good and more efficient, is that Jake's given up a few fly balls that have left the yard. Volquez has struck out people and kept the ball on the ground. He just has not let the Cubs put the ball in the air at all. And on a day like this, that's what you're trying to do as a pitcher with the wind blowing out.
Yeah, when you look at his, the distribution of outs he gets on the ground and in the air, he is a ground ball pitcher, but not an extreme ground ball pitcher. But he has worked that way here today. Think about all the changeups he has thrown down below the knees. A runner there off the plate down. He's basically pitching away from power. Hasn't really made mistakes out over the plate with the curveball.
Volquez signed originally with the Rangers 2001 out of the Dominican Republic. An all-star with Cincinnati in 2008. This is his 11th season in the big leagues, 2-2. And as we said off the top, didn't look very good for him after the 2013 season, but the last 2 years, combined with the Pirates and the Royals, he's put up an ERA of below 3. Full count, 3-2. Soler on deck. Runner goes. When the ball popped into left center, Castro will have to retreat as Kane hauls it in. Feels like the Cubs offense needs a mistake from Volquez. Something elevated that Soler can put up in the air.
The one thing you can do if you're Soler in this situation is get beat by a fastball. And that's the one pitch he's really handled well this year. Right here, even if he misses a changeup by 3 feet, and it's 4 seconds out in front of it, I'm good. It's 2-0. Just don't get beat by a fastball here.
That's what he's going to get. Just inside.
No. Red light, red light, red light, green light. For me, anyway, I know the tying run's on deck. You're down 3. You want base runners, but getting back to that conversation we've had a fair bit here lately. When do you feel comfortable you're going to get a fastball?
Well, he said split the plate here. And he drives it to left. Way back, but yes, it'll go. Gordon played it like he was going to catch it. He got the green light 3-0, and it's now a 1-run ball game.
There you go. There's that elevated mistake you were looking for. Great at bat by Soler. Got himself into a hitter's count. Joe Madden let him swing. Joe Madden rewarded by Soler, his 4th home run of the year. I don't think he got all of it, but he is so strong. He got the hands pulled in and got enough barrel on it to get it out of here. How good does that feel for young Mr. Soler?
So,
game on.
Yeah, a 1-run ball game. They're hitting home runs, so you better hit some. And Ned Yost is going to make the call. Let's say Weber's Sauces and Seasonings. Call to the pen. Why grill with anything else? We'll be back in the 6th.
Today, Feldco honors the best of the best, the top of the class, the ultimate in energy efficiency. To celebrate, Feldco is offering 2 windows for the price of 1.
That's right. Get 2 windows for the price of 1 and graduate to higher savings with no money down, no interest, and no payments for 1 year.
2 windows for the price of 1 and Sunday. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
It's Memorial Day, and the savings are huge. Come lease the 2015 Sonata for just $141 a month. Take home the best midsize car for the money, according to U.S. News and World Report. Or get behind the wheel of the up to an EPA estimated 38 mpg Highway Elantra for just $120 a month. Come discover the confidence of America's best warranty at the Memorial Day sales event and save big on every Hyundai. Lease the Elantra SE for $120 a month or get $2,750 bonus cash on the Elantra Sport or Elantra Limited. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Jack Link's Beef Jerky presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Hey, guys. Here you go, fella. Try this one.
Jack Link's Jerky. Feed your wild side.
See, Weber's Sauces and Seasonings call to the pen, and here's veteran Ryan Madsen. Didn't pitch last year. All kinds of arm problems. First time back in the big leagues since 2011 when he was with the Phillies. And he's been really good, facing Junior Lake, and a strike call.
Yeah, he's always had that kind of Iron Mike stiff arm delivery. Had a number of good years with the Phillies. And, yeah, he appears to be all the way back. The numbers are very good. The stuff is good.
And gets back to our discussion earlier as it's bounced to third. He spent the entire 2012 season on the Reds DL and the Angels DL for much of 2013, but never did pitch for those clubs. So Jorge Soler on a 3-0 from Volquez, and the Cubs are now down only 1.
So you take a chance on that slick DirecTV offer. $19 you think, but after just 3 months, you're paying over $100 a month, and it keeps going up. Suddenly, you're locked into a 2-year contract that could cost you nearly $3,000. Thinking about DirecTV? Better hang on to your wallet.
There's nothing direct about DirecTV. Call Xfinity from Comcast for a great offer and lock in your rate for 2 years.
Some things are not what they appear to be. Other things are exactly what they appear to be. The Lexus IS, as aggressive as it looks. Lease the all-wheel drive 2015 IS 250 for $349 a month for 36 months. See your Lexus dealer.
I bought a ticket because he told me that something good is going to happen, and for the first time in years, he was right.
What?
Nevertheless, Carmen still believes in her husband because he still believes anything's possible.
Tomorrow night, join CSN at Anthem Bar in Wicker Park for a special Game 7 edition of Chevy Blackhawks pregame live, hosted by Coors Light. Watch live at 6:30 as Pat, Steve, and Jamal preview the game. That's Blackhawks pregame live tomorrow at 6:30.
Let's go back to the 3-0 fastball.
Missed away, missed down, missed in, and this pitch moving up and in on him. And if you're not looking fastball and ready to go there, you're not going to get to that pitch. It's sitting dead red on 3-0. He got to that 95-mile-an-hour heater, and we have a one-run ball game.
And because Arrieta's spot did not come up in that 6th inning, we'll get at least to start this 7th against Alex Gordon. He hits a roller to Rizzo, a little underhand flip. 1 out. B96 is Styles, and Roman will sing the stretch today. Now Infante. 0 for 2, a ground out and a fly out to right. This is the only matinee. Everything else later tonight around baseball. How about the matchup in St. Louis? Dodgers and Cardinals this weekend. 2 first-place clubs. Outside, ball 1.
They're in St. Louis?
Yep, Bolsinger and Lackey tonight. Toward the hole. Castro can't get it. Wouldn't have mattered. It would have been a hit either way.
Cardinals gone through a little bit of a rough patch, but they've won 4 in a row now. Dodgers 5-5 over their last 10.
Orlando.
Sounds like a movie star, doesn't it? Paulo Orlando.
Yeah. He is from Brazil. 29-year-old rookie. 3rd Brazilian-born Major League player. Yan Gomes, Andre Rienzo. Kendrys Morales is on deck. He would bat for Madsen. Bunted foul.
Orlando with 5 triples. Would you say his first 3 hits?
First 3 career hits were triples.
Probably reminding folks in Kansas City of Willie Wilson doing his thing back in the day. It's just such a different club, an interesting team to watch because they're so different than, you know, with all the talk over the last few years about Moneyball and on base and slugging and working counts and grinding out at bats. That's just not who they are. Their on-base percentage is good because their batting average is so high. They don't walk.
Did you know that currently the only team that has an older roster in terms of average age is the Giants?
Older than the Royals? Really?
Yeah, they're not as young as you think. There's Calvin Herrera.
They just burst onto the scene, but they're not youngsters.
They've been around for a while, yep. 2-2 is bounced foul. I guess the one concern would be injuries. Matthew Trueblood wrote a piece recently for FoxSports.com and Baseball Prospectus that they rely very heavily on their starting position players, right? So that's both offensively and defensively. They have a lot of guys who play a lot, and that means they could be possibly susceptible to injury down the road.
They have had 4 pinch hit at-bats all year.
Bounce to Bryant. Fair ball. They get 1, and that's it. And there's another pinch hit plate appearance coming up. Morales.
Spazio out with the scouting report. How do you start him? How do you finish him? Morales has been good from both sides of the plate. .287 hitter as a left-handed batter this year with 5 long ones.
So according to Baseball Reference, JD, go back to 2011. The position player, the average age 25.8, 26.1, 27, 28.3, 28.8 this year. So it's been kind of a similar group, and they've just gotten a little older, as most people do. Actually, I would say all of them get older, right?
Yeah, well, it's better than the
alternative, do is
right?
age.
Yeah, they line. I'm going to try a little backdoor cutter here. No, I'm going to try to cut her in. It worked.
Swing and a miss. Got the chin strap beard working. Orlando the runner at first. 2 outs in the 7th. Cubs trailing by a run. Called strike. Throw to first late. It'll be a pretty low pitch count day for Arrieta, assuming he can get out of this inning fairly quickly. This will be his 90th pitch, and again, he's due to lead off in the bottom of this inning, so the Cubs will use a pinch hitter.
Chase breaking ball. Morales wouldn't bite. I'd be curious to know, and I'm sure we could look it up, average innings per start against the Royals. I imagine they're pretty high because of their approach. I imagine starters staying pretty long against this club. I mean, they might knock you around a little bit, force you out of the game that way, but in terms of just we got to get him out of there because of a rising pitch count. Now there's not so much with this early swing of approach that they have.
Arrieta set at the belt. And his 2-2 popped into shallow center and perfectly placed by Morales. Orlando now at third. And the hitter will be Escobar.
He made a good pitch. He got in on him, jammed him, got weak contact, but Morales able to find a little safe haven out there in shallow center.
It's like Justin Grimm now is going to join Ross Cup.
Moustakis is next.
AT&T U-verse Multiview.
Ross Cup ready in the pen for Moustakis.
Line shot, center field, Fowler. Did he catch it? He did. Able to snag it. Ned Yost may want to look at it. But for now, that'll end the 7th inning. Let's see. Yep, he got it. Time for the stretch.
Take me out to the ball game. B96 radio personalities Styles and Roman.
Chicago! Let's sing it nice and loud so Harry can hear us. You ready? A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game.
Verizon says never settle. T-Mobile agrees. Never settle for Verizon's overpriced gimmicks. Try the Un-carrier risk-free for 14 days. You'll love it, or we'll pay for you to go back.
Nissan gave a lucky few the ride of their life in the 2015 Nissan Altima.
Where am I going? Where am I going?
Nissan Altima with blind spot warning and up to 270 horsepower. Get the ride of your life at your local Nissan store. Choose Altima with 0% financing for up to 72 months. Plus, with bonus cash, save up to $2,000. Bonus cash ends June 1st. Shop ChooseNissan.com. Nissan, innovation that excites.
Check out the Legends Suite located on the Nuveen Investment Suite level. Watch a game with a former Cubs player. Listen to classic stories about life as a Cub with a luxury food and beverage package and a unique gift. For each guest, the Legends Suite is the most exclusive way to watch a Cubs game. For more info, it's Cubs.com/suites. Kelvin Herrera is on. Pinch hitter Chris Coughlin on the first offering bounces to second. For out number 1. Nice job, Styles and Roman from B96. They are Cubs season ticket holders.
Yeah, how about that? Well, Herrera, boy, he can really light up the radar gun. Averages 97 miles an hour with the fastball. He has pitched to a 169 ERA this year. You see the walks? Pretty high, 9 free passes in 16 innings, but he's awfully tough to hit. And he's only allowed the 1 long one.
Okay, so last year, we just got to give you the quick numbers. As Russell digs in, swing and a miss. So the closer Holland saved 46, had a 144. Wade Davis won 9 and had an ERA of 1. Herrera made 70 appearances and had a 141. So they had 3 relief pitchers. That ball driven deep to left, way back, and we are tied. It's 4-4. And by the way, last year, Herrera gave up 0 home runs.
Yeah, they have let some leads get away this year. Their save percentage is not particularly good. The bullpen ERA overall is outstanding, and they do have great arms. But how about that swing of the bat by Addison Russell? Doubled and scored earlier. Game-tying home run here. That's your Ford home run replay. It's a changeup, pitch that Volquez had so much success with, but Volquez didn't throw any of them up there.
A two-hopper off the bat of Fowler. 2 down. Cubs have come all the way back. 2-run homers Soler in the 6th. Solo shot Russell here in the 7th, who had a game-ending double the other night against the Nationals. Second homer allowed this year by Herrera, and again, he did not give up any in 70 innings last year. Ball 1 on Bryant. See what they have in mind on a 2-0. Looks like Perez wants a fastball, and Bryant breaks his bat, but a little looping line drive into right will put him on base with 2 outs.
At this stage of the ballgame, Ned Yost really doesn't play the matchup game right-left. He just turns it over to his trio of hard-throwing relievers. Rizzo will stand in there against Herrera.
So 12 of the last 14 runs the Cubs have scored have resulted from a home run.
Yeah, and how about the percentage of runs they've given up too?
Well, some people say the lesson is you need to manufacture more. I think the other answer is just keep hitting home runs.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You don't get style points. You score 4 or 5 runs a game with any degree of regularity, you're going to have a very good offensive year. I don't care if it's home runs or singles and doubles.
Outside for ball 2, 98. And that fastball.
Herrera, proof that you don't need to be big to throw hard. He's only 5'10".
The light is green.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Ball 4. So you see Ned Yost on the bench. Recently commented that with this roster that's now been together for a bit, this is from MLB.com. He said, we've got a really good team. It makes my job 3 times easier. But I used to stand against the railing all the time. Now I just sit back in the dugout. And having said that, they're trying to end a 4-game losing streak. Way inside on Castro. No managerial job is easy, but knowing you've got a pretty set lineup, knowing when you have a lead late, you know pretty much how you're going to line up your bullpen. Most of your games you have a DH. I suppose figuratively you can kick up your feet as a manager sometimes.
Yeah, and then I guess the challenge is don't get caught unaware, right? I mean, because you still have to focus on every pitch, be ready to react to any situation. That was Joe Magnus talking about Don Zimmer earlier this year and what he learned from Zim, and pretty simple stuff. And Zim said, just make sure you check your players before every pitch. Scan the field, make sure everybody's playing where they're supposed to be playing.
1-1 on Castro. Fouled off 1-2. 100 miles an hour on that heater. Well, we barely blink when we see 100 because we see it so often these days.
Yeah, it used to be headline worthy when somebody threw 100 miles an hour. I mean, triple digits is still pretty special, but there's so many guys that are 96, 97, 98.
Pedro Strop. Swing and a miss, and that'll end the inning. But Addison Russell ties it up with a long one to left. The 21-year-old rookie with number 4 on the year and a big one. And a little bit of a beverage shower out there in the bleachers. 4-4.
He'll tell you it's not you, it's him. But really, it's you. He is the most interesting man in the world.
Stay thirsty, my friends.
It's Memorial Day, and the savings are huge. Come lease the 2015 Sonata for just $141 a month. Take home the best midsize car for the money, according to U.S. News and World Report. Or get behind the wheel of the up to an EPA estimated 38 mpg Highway Elantra for just $120 a month. Come discover the confidence of America's best warranty at the Memorial Day sales event and save big on every Hyundai. Lease the Sonata for $141 a month, or get the Sonata Hybrid with $4,000 bonus cash plus a $1,000 competitive owner program bonus. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
When the moment's spontaneous, why pause to take a pill? Or stop to find a bathroom? Cialis for daily use is approved to treat both erectile dysfunction and the urinary symptoms of BPH, like needing to go frequently, day or night. Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and medicines and ask if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Do not take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Do not drink alcohol in excess. Side effects may include headache, upset stomach, delayed backache, or muscle ache. To avoid long-term injury, get medical help right away for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease or loss in hearing or vision, or any symptoms of an allergic reaction, stop taking Cialis and get medical help right away. Ask your doctor about Cialis for daily use and a free 30-tablet trial.
The Cubs suggest the use of public transportation. For bike riders, use the Cubs courtesy bike check, and for drivers, the Cubs provide free parking and shuttle service on night and weekend games from 3900 North Rockwell. For details, visit Cubs.com. You've got to give Jake Arrieta a lot of credit. We thought he pitched better than the line will indicate today, but just to hang around and keep his team within shouting distance.
Yeah, that's 7 innings of 4-run baseball. A day where the wind's blowing out, victimized by 3 solo home runs. He didn't panic, continued to make his pitches, didn't walk anybody.
Moustakas, strike 1.
Starting pitching for the Cubs has been on a real nice roll here. 2.51 ERA over the last 17 games, with 11 quality starts coming into this one this afternoon.
Wade Davis. Two and one.
Cubs have gotten 7 innings from their starting pitcher in each of the last 3 games. John Lester on Wednesday punched out 10 in 7 innings, allowed just 1 earned run. Hendricks 7 innings, 1 run. Talk about making a manager's job easy when you've got fresh arms in the bullpen and you can mix and match. That's huge.
pitch and a foul by Moustakas, who was taken right behind David Price to start the 07 draft. So Moustakas second overall in his draft. Hosmer third. The following year, Gordon was number 2 back in 05. Full count, 3-2.
Hochevar, wasn't he a first-round pick? Runner off the corner
was the first overall pick in 06. Yep. Moustakas takes the leadoff walk.
So a bunch of high ceiling guys who kind of came along at their own pace, had some bumps along the way, but all matured together here.
Hochevar back and in the bullpen. Kane has 2 hits and has scored a run. Snag by Montero and the bounced slider. Here comes Chris Bosio.
He got Montero out and he got Bosio's attention as well.
So while we wait, how about a little trivia question for you? The Royals started up in 1969. I'm going to give you the first part of the answer. In terms of wins above replacement in Royals history, George Brett's number 1. 88 wins above replacement. Any guess as to who is number 2? This is pitchers, position players, anyone who's ever played for the Royals.
Kansas City Royals.
Number 2 on their all-time list.
Brett Saberhagen.
He is number 5.
Kevin Appier.
You are correct. Kevin Appier, 47 wins above replacement. Amos Otis, Willie Wilson, and Saberhagen rounding out the top 5.
Appier was there a good long while and had some really good years.
Yep. Fouled by Kane. Let's see. 13 years with the Royals. A couple of different stints. I didn't think you were going to get it.
Well, I went with longevity.
Yeah.
You know, the guy Frank White, Al McRae come to mind. Frank White never spikes a rally. I remember Howard Cosell saying that on Monday Night Baseball.
And he held to make it 2-2. Each team with 4 runs on 8 hits. Driven deep. Fowler going back, and it's going to be right at the base of the wall. Moustakas, a little slip around second. He's going to be sent. Here's the throw by Castro. It is late. And the Royals retake the lead on a double by Lorenzo Cain. It's 5-4.
Cubs fight their way back to tie, and just like that, the Royals take the lead yet again. This is a backdoor breaking ball that's supposed to be off the outside edge, is backed up on Strop. Leadoff walk, bites him hard.
They will walk Hosmer intentionally. So walk, a double, and another walk this time on purpose. And they'll go after the catcher Perez on deck.
I think if you were to ask Joe Madden what phase of the game is he most concerned with, and despite the fact that the Cubs have made a lot of errors, it would be the bullpen. The bullpen has been too unpredictable for him.
Now you're just trying to limit the damage and keep the Royals from putting up a big crooked number. Inside, ball one.
This has bounced into 9 double plays, most on their club.
One and one the count.
Tied for the most in the American League, those 9 GIDPs.
Inside. So 19 pitches made by Strop. 12 balls, 7 strikes. 4 of the balls were intentional. But still missed the strike zone too much here. 2-2. Struck him out on the slider. It's out number 1. I think that will be it for Strop. Here comes Joe Madden.
And Perez with one of the lower walk rates in all of baseball. Got a little greedy there with a couple of men on base. Strop took advantage.
It's going to be the left-hander James Russell. The Weber sauces and seasonings call to the pen.
When Martin Cooper invented the mobile phone.
Hello? Hey, this is Marty. Guess what we did?
Connectivity took a mighty leap forward. Now Mazda uses advanced technology to keep you seamlessly connected to the world.
Hey.
Hi. Headed home?
On my way.
And the road. This is the Mazda 3. What do you drive? Now lease the 2015 Mazda 3 ISV for $159 a month for 36 months.
He'll tell you it's not you, it's him. But really, it's you. He is the most interesting man in the world.
Stay thirsty, my friends.
At Supercuts, we pay attention to every detail, so you'll feel sharp, clean, and ready to go. And the moment you're not feeling ready, pop right back in, and we'll get you ready to go again. Amir Khan, a man on a mission.
My ultimate goal is to fight the biggest names in boxing, the likes of Floyd Mayweather.
And now tonight, Amir King Khan fights live and free on Spike's Friday Night Lights Out, putting it all on the line in one of the toughest tests of his career when he battles skilled New York warrior Chris Algieri, plus undefeated knockout artist Javier Fortuna. And it is over! Battles Brian Vasquez. It's boxing's best, live and free. Premier Boxing Champions. Live from Brooklyn's Barclays Center tonight at 9, 6 Pacific on Spike.
Let's see. Weber sauces and seasonings call to the pen. Here's lefty James Russell. A run in, 2 on, 1 out. And he'll face Alex Gordon.
Gordon, a left-handed hitter, has only batted .212 against left-handed pitching this year. There's no way Managerial is going to take him out of the ball game. He's got a 1-run lead, wants his best defensive team on the field. Gordon's had a good day. 1 out of 3, a home run, line to right the second time up, and rounded out first to pitcher covering last time.
Well, and you mentioned, the lack of pinch hit appearances the Royals have had. By and large, Ned Yost is not going to take his guys out for pinch hitters unless it's the pitcher, which he did earlier. A pretty good bet when Joe goes to the matchup. He'll get that matchup. Two and 0. Two and 1. Gordon has a decision to make. He's got a player option at $12.5 million for next year, but he could opt for free agency instead. Grim is ready. Tim Buss, strength and conditioning coach down there. Not sure Lester Strode must be away from the team here. I saw Bussy out there the other night as well. 3 and 1. Swing and the miss. 3 and 2. Kane at second. He knocked in the go-ahead run. Hosmer at first. And now a step off as Kane took an extra lead at second.
And Hosmer with a huge lead down there at first base. Might be a good idea to try to tighten that up a little bit.
He struck him out. So after a 2-0 start, he comes back and gets Gordon, and that'll be it for Russell. A short but effective day at the office for James Russell, and it'll be Justin Grimm. Weber's sauces and seasonings. Call to the pen. We'll be back. 5-4 Kansas City.
I sell paintings of cats.
I sell antique cameras.
I sell mufflers.
Cellos.
Surfboards. Stemware. It's odd.
Beautiful. It has an unusual shape.
I have no idea how to pack this.
Wow. We need help.
I need experts. It's fragile.
Can you be trusted?
The UPS store pack and ship guarantee. We pack it, we ship it, we guarantee it.
So if anything happens to this,
we'll take care of it.
I love logistics.
We pack it, we ship it, we guarantee it at the UPS store.
Robots might build cars, but it takes human hands to keep them running right. Get a $70 Firestone Visa prepaid card with the purchase of 4 eligible tires. Firestone, complete auto care. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
Hey, I'm Chris Mars, host of That Sports Thing, the new show where I'll be talking sports with actors, comedians, and celebrity fans. It's That Sports Thing, and it's totally a thing now. Visit csnchicago.com for every new episode.
The Fantasy Sports Hall of Fame presents former accountant Derek Bradley. DraftKings One Day Fantasy Baseball took him from a guy with holes in his underpants to a guy with bikini models in them.
How do they do it?
DraftKings.com. They have one-day games, so you're not locked in. It's like a new season every time you play. And best of all, you could win a shipload of money.
Play with DraftKings, the official daily fantasy partner of MLB. Play with promo code HIT and get free entry in our daily contest. Get to DraftKings.com.
Here's righty Justin Grimm. Third pitcher of the inning we've seen Strop, Russell, and now Justin Grimm.
And you see that one home run allowed. That came in his last outing on Monday against the Nationals. Wilson Ramos took him deep, proved to be the game winner. 2-1 Nationals win. 1-1 with a 123 now.
And the breaking ball for a strike on Infante. Held up. One and two.
Baseball, like life, series of compromises, trade-offs. You see Rizzo playing way off the line there. Allows Hosmer to take a very aggressive lead, so he's probably going to score on any double, but you're playing where you think the hitter's going to hit the ball. Defending the field is the priority.
Line in the center. It's going to hold up. Oh, Fowler dropped it. And they're going to get another run. A little slip there, and they're going to send him. And 2 runs will score.
Oh, my.
That hurts. That's an error on Dexter Fowler. Looked like he thought that ball was going to hold up more than it did. And he got a glove on it, booted it, and then slipped.
Yeah, he just a bad read. He's not, kind of working his way across the outfield instead of coming in on that one. Maybe the ball was knuckling a little bit on him. It was sharply hit. And by the time he makes a break on it, he's trying to catch it down around his knees and cannot make the play. Made a spectacular play out there in the 7th. And then to make matters worse, can't pick it up cleanly. Down he goes, and they add on another one.
So now the Cubs trail by 3. And it's Orlando. Cut and a miss.
First error of the year charged to Fowler.
So that'll close the book on Strope. He gave up 3 runs, 1 earned. Curve strike. 1-2. Gerard Dyson is on deck. Runner goes swing and a miss. Strike 3, and the inning is finally over as the Royals get 3, couple unearned runs included. It's now 7-4 in the 8th.
The new vanity is perfect.
Thanks. Yeah, the guy at Lowe's helped me pick it out and walk me through the install.
You did a really good job.
Yeah, now I'm feeling like there's nothing I can't do. You know what? I'm finally going to present my idea to my boss. Never lose your cat at night again. Presenting the glow-in-the-dark cat hat. It's dark, so I can't see a reaction. It's not good.
Now on DirecTV Cinema, experience the powerful story of a real-life hero.
You got some sort of savior complex? I just want to get the bad guys.
While you support heroes in real life, order American Sniper on DirecTV Cinema, and Warner Brothers will donate $1 of your transaction to the Wounded Warrior Project. Restrictions apply.
Well, we take care of each other, right?
See the film you'll never forget and support the heroes we should always remember.
It's a big responsibility. You up for it?
Order American Sniper on DirecTV Cinema. Movies start at channel 125.
Get beautiful new floors right now with Luna's incredible 70% off sale. That's carpet, laminate, and even hardwood, all for 70% off. You'll get professional installation and can be confident with Luna's exclusive Love Your Floors promise. Transform your home with an amazing 70% off carpet, laminate, and hardwood. Reserve your free in-home appointment at luna.com or call
773-202 Luna.
Comcast Sportsnet, your home for Chicago Cubs baseball.
Hi again, everyone. Chris Bowden with this Sportsnet Central update coming up after Cubs postgame live. More reaction on the firing of Tom Thibodeau. Ex-Bull Charles Oakley weighs in with some interesting thoughts. Plus, former Bulls bench boss Scott Skiles is back in the NBA, and we're in Anaheim, where the Blackhawks are making their final preparations for Game 7 against the Ducks tomorrow night. We'll hear from Patrick Kane, Joe Quenneville, and Duncan Keith. But for the here and now, back to the north side and the confines with Len and JD.
All right, Chris, thank you. It does not get any easier. One of the best setup men in the business, Wade Davis. You go back to last year, 91 appearances and 0.78 earned run average over his last 92 innings.
Yeah, pretty filthy stuff. No earned runs allowed this year. No home runs this year or last.
Cubs trail by 3. One strike on Montero. 0-2.
Fastball, cutter, curve for Davis. 20 scoreless innings so far. Picked up some saves along the way. Holland spending some time on the DL.
Swing and a miss on strike 3. Ball gets away from Perez briefly, but he'll get it to Hosmer in time. Davis at one time pitched and was a starter and a reliever at various times for Joe Madden in Tampa Bay. Edwin Jackson is up. Lester Strode, by the way, is a family graduation. That's why he is away from the club. And it's Soler with one out. He hit a 2-run homer on a 3-0 pitch in the 6th inning. Even a 1-run game. The Cubs would then tie it on the Addison Russell blast in the 7th. The Royals with 3, 2 unearned in the top of the 8th.
Yeah, you know, and never fun to get beat late, but you hate it when you're sloppy late. Leadoff walk, big error, contributing to that 3-run Royal inning. Now the Cubs got a lot of fighting to do, and they don't have a whole lot of time left.
Was the cutter. It's 2-2. And he got him on a fastball at 97.
Busted 97 by Soler. It's down. He can probably get to it up there. A little tougher.
From the stretch, it's 2-0. Mike Baxter's jumped into the on-deck circle. And now 2-1. 34,273. Paid crowd today here at Wrigley Field.
Royals are 20-0 when leading after 7 innings this year. Cubs are 18-0 in that same situation.
Yeah, most teams are pretty good.
Yeah.
Called strike 3. Davis. Fans aside here in the 8th. We'll go to the 9th. It's 7-4 Royals.
On behalf of Southwest Airlines, welcome to Chicago.
Let's go. Let's go.
All right, don't everybody get up at once.
Come on. Let's go.
Follow me.
Door.
Seriously, we can't miss you if you don't leave. Once again, we have landed. Welcome. Thank you so much. Come back and see us.
Sometimes flights end before games do. Watch free live TV on your own device. Book your low fare now at southwest.com.
The experts at Binny's Beverage Depot can read my mind. They can even read my signs. You can't find it at Binny's, it's probably not worth drinking.
Is this the year you go grab life by the gills? Then save on the gear you need during the summer kickoff sale at Bass Pro Shops. Your adventure starts here. Visit our Facebook page for a chance to win a Bass Pro gift card.
Chicago is a place where made in America still means something, and quality means everything. And when it comes to the highest quality cars on the road, Honda is America's best. With millions of Hondas built right here in America from suppliers right here in the Midwest. And right now, your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealers are celebrating with 0.9% APR financing for well-qualified buyers on all 2015 Honda Civics and Accords. Don't miss the America's Best Sales event at your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealer today.
Cub fans, put on your rally caps for an exciting finish. Brought to you by New Finish Car Polish and the #1 rated scratch remover, Scratch Doctor.
Follow the Cubs all season with MLB.com at bat. At bat is up to the moment, at any moment, with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcast, statcast, and more. Get MLB.com at bat for your smartphone or tablet.
New pitcher, new batter. It is Edwin Jackson on the mound, and Gerard Dyson batting for Wade Davis.
Edwin on for the 11th time, 2-1 with a 386. Arrieta, Strop, Russell, Grimm, and now Jackson for the 9th.
Would it be safe to say the Cubs bats would rather not see Wade Davis again this weekend?
3 punch-outs.
Jackson throws it away. Dyson's going to move to second. That ball underneath a chair in the bullpen. And Soler up and firing. So it's a single and an E1.
Yeah, Dyson can be a real weapon for the Royals late in a tight ball game because of his speed. Here he drops down a pretty bunt. Johnson has to hurry the play.
And here's Escobar.
Really good chance if he doesn't reach second on the air, he would have been looking to steal second base anyway.
Escobar stabbed at it. Strike one. There's Greg Holland.
So if we put the lie detector on Holland right now and said, do you want your club to score another run or do you want the save situation? I wonder what he would say. Or more importantly, I wonder what the lie detector would say.
Yeah, we've talked about this before. You know what he would say,
right,
is I want my team to score as many runs as possible, but most closers like to pile up saves. Third season as a Cub for Edwin Jackson. Struggled as a starter his first 2 years. This is his 11th relief appearance in 2015. And his 1-2 lined into center and a base hit. Dyson around third. Fowler's throw not in time. 8-4.
With a 4-run lead, nobody out. Do you wonder if Ned Yost gets another arm going out there in that bullpen to save Holland? Does not appear to be inclined to do that right yet.
Well, Holland hasn't worked in 4 days. Goes to first, step on the back, got to tag him at second. Look at this. Finally, they get Escobar.
The more throws you make, the more likely somebody is to botch it. And they're able to finally put him away.
Did you write it down as it was happening?
No, I just watched it unveil.
Okay.
If there's artistic merit for a rundown, the Cubs would not get high points for that one.
Three, 6, 3, 4,
6-5, maybe?
6-5 double play. 3, 6, 3, 4, 6-5.
Jenny. Jenny, I got your number.
Yeah. Kane with the go-ahead RBI double in the 8th.
And Rain's back. So this guy started playing baseball when?
When he was in high school.
Somebody just identified he's just a real good athlete, and they said, "Here, try this." It's pretty amazing.
Really coming down. Two balls, two strikes. The Royals on the cover of Sports Illustrated this week. Tom Verducci's story about Kane. His sophomore year in high school in Florida. He was on the JV team. He sat on the bench his junior year. His first practice, Verducci writes, he showed up in a collared shirt, jeans, and basketball shoes. He did not have a protective cup as he played third base for 2 weeks.
It's a bold choice.
He called his play early on in the Brewers minor league system embarrassing. But once the game started, he began to hit, and the rest is history.
Yeah, you know, and I don't know if they do it so much anymore, but years ago, you know, scouts they would you know, find a big athletic kid, put him on a clock, and if he could really run, and say, well, we'll start there with an athlete, and then we'll teach him how to play baseball.
Ball 4. Interesting. Kane.
Yeah, he walked his bat all the way over to the dugout.
The bat over to the bat boy. And then as he flipped the gloves, the bat boy dropped the bat. I don't think I've ever seen that on a walk.
I have not either.
When he takes off for second, the throw is going to be late. That's his 9th steal. Yeah, this Royals team, they do not let up on the gas pedal. They're already leading by 4, and they're trying to get some more here in the 9th.
And no hesitation for Kane. He's got about a third of their club stolen bases. Even with a wet track, he takes off, makes it fairly easily.
This week's Sports Illustrated, and of course they go out and have their longest losing streak of the year. So some would say the SI Jinx is alive and well. In on the hands, bounce to third. A little bit of a collision there. Both guys, I think, are all right. The out is recorded as Hosmer ends up on the seat of his pants to end the inning. So they add a run to their lead, and it's 8-4 Royals. Swing and miss, strike 3.
The conference call, the ultimate arena for business. Hour after hour of diving deep, touching base, and putting ducks in rows. The only problem with conference calls, eventually they have to end. Unless you have the Comcast Business Voice Edge mobile app. It lets you switch seamlessly from your desk phone to your mobile with no interruptions. I've never felt so alive.
Get the future of phone, and the phones are free. Comcast Business, built for business.
The Fantasy Sports Hall of Fame presents former accountant Derek Bradley. DraftKings One Day Fantasy Baseball took him from a guy with holes in his underpants to a guy with bikini models in them.
How do they do it?
DraftKings.com. They have one-day games, so you're not locked in. It's like a new season every time you play. And best of all, you could win a shipload of money.
Play with DraftKings, the official daily fantasy partner of MLB. Play with promo code HIT and get free entry in our daily contest. Get to DraftKings.com.
Monday night will be in South Florida as the Cubs kick off a series with the Miami Marlins starting at 6 on Comcast Sportsnet. A three-city trip: Miami, Washington, D.C., and Detroit. And here is Greg Holland.
7 out of 8 in the save department with a 2.61 ERA.
Not a save situation as he faces Mike Baxter. Pinch hitter bounces foul. Didn't save my scorecards from spring training, but I seem to recall the Cubs got to Holland in a spring training game and surprise. Not that it matters, but
that does ring a bell.
A roller backhanded by Infante. Crossbody throw for the out. There's another rainbow. 2 in a week here at the old ballpark. Russell tied the game with a homer in the 7th. And a swing and a miss. Holland's from Marion, North Carolina, went to Western Carolina University. Pitcher's a little different. It looks like when he holds the ball in his glove before he gets set, he doesn't put it completely into the pocket.
Yeah, he's a little funky too. Watch the way he kind of drops towards the first base side a little bit when he delivers the baseball.
And holds it out toward the end. A tap and a swing and a miss by Russell. Be up to Dexter Fowler.
If you were to rank the stuff of the 3 guys that use the finish off games, he would probably come in 3rd.
Strike 1 to Fowler.
Tough day for Dexter. Nothing for 4 and a critical error in the outfield.
Look out. That goes flying over the first base dugout. Oh, and 2. Ventura and Wada tomorrow night. Guthrie and Hamill on Sunday afternoon. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that's the ball game. So the Cubs come back late to tie it, but then the Royals score 4 times in the final 2 innings. 3 of the 4 runs were unearned, and they beat the Cubs in the opener 8-4.
Yeah, it looked like the Cubs, didn't look like the Cubs did make a nice comeback to tie this ball game. We're in position to get something done late here, but a little let down by Strop, and the Royals bullpen lights out here. 5 of the 6 batters faced by Davis and Holland strike out. The Cubs punch out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 times this afternoon.
So our Binny's Beverage Depot toast of the game, it's going to be Lorenzo Cain. He went to the plate 5 times. He reached 4 times. Ultimately had the game-winning RBI double off Pedro Strop in the 8th.
One of many Royals who got it done offensively today. Gordon, Perez, Escobar all hit home runs. Good day for the Royals as they break their 4-game losing streak.
So that'll wrap up our coverage. A final score, the Royals 8, the Cubs 4. I should say from the ballpark. It wraps up our coverage. We'll be back with you Monday night from Miami. Cubs and Marlins to start a 3-game series. And now for JD and our entire crew here at Wrigley Field, we're going to send it to our downtown Chicago studios for Blue Cross Blue Shield Cubs post-game live next.
Yeah, Cubs continue their losing ways so far against these tough opponents as they've dropped to 1-3 on the homestand. Alongside Todd Hollandsworth, Chris Bowden pinch hitting for David Kaplan. We talked in the pregame, Todd, about bullpens and defense. And even though the Cubs were able to come back against that Kansas City bullpen, or at least one guy, the last 2 innings jumped up and bit.
Well, I really think that's what we're starting to see here. You know, going up against the Nats, now going up against the Royals today. You can't make mistakes against really good ball team, good ball clubs, especially in the game of baseball. We talk about the margin of error being slim always. Anyway, number of 1-run ball games we played this year. There's been a lot of them. Good teams and bad teams. Royals are one of the better teams in baseball, and they will capitalize if you make some mistakes, and we had some mistakes in this one, especially late, that led to this loss.
Time for a quick break here. When we return, it is Cubs post-game live presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. We'll hear from Joe Madden after this 8-4 loss to the Royals and break things down a whole lot more.
Announcing your local Ford dealer's Memorial Day All-Star event. Time to save big on America's best-selling brand. Now for a limited time, get almost any Ford car with 0% financing for 60 months. Plus on select vehicles, get $750 cash for qualified Ford and competitive owners. And get $500 to $1,000 bonus cash. Plus $500 EcoBoost cash on equipped models. Save big on a fantastic lineup of fuel-efficient All-Stars. But only for a limited time. So hurry, the Memorial Day All-Star event ends June 1st.
What's in a drop? The expectation of what comes next. That's what keeps the energy going. The drop refreshes the beat every time. So what's in a drop?
With an 11% rebate on everything, Menards gives you the freedom to save on anything you choose, including sale prices. This 3-in-1 gas mower is only $219. Plus, with an additional 11% rebate, it's only $194.91. Get this 24-inch electric hedge trimmer, $59.99. Plus, with an additional 11% rebate, it's only $53.39. That's savings on top of savings. Hurry in now because Menards has an 11% rebate on everything.
Save big money at Menards.
Nissan gave a lucky few the ride of their life in the 2015 Nissan Altima.
Where am I going? Where am I going?
Nissan Altima with blind spot warning and up to 270 horsepower. Get the ride of your life at your local Nissan store. Choose Altima with 0% financing for up to 72 months. Plus, with bonus cash, save up to $2,000. Bonus cash ends June 1st. Shop ChooseNissan.com. Nissan, innovation that excites.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealers, as reliable as the cars themselves. Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Audi, truth in engineering. Menards, save big money at Menards. And by Toyota, see where Toyota takes you. Test drive one at your Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. This is Blue Cross Blue Shield Cubs postgame live.
Cubs rallied from a 4-1 deficit to tie in the bottom of the 7th, but just half an inning later, KC puts up a 3-spot, adds another in the 9th. The Royals end their 4-game slide. The Cubs lose for the 5th time in 7 games, 8-4. The final in the series opener at Wrigley Field. And with that, once again, welcome in to Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois with Todd Hollingsworth. I am Chris Bowden. We gave some opening wisdom, so let's cut right to the chase and go to the good stuff, in that they were down 4-1 against a pitcher who's had their number, Edinson Valdez, and they're able to chip away, get close off of him in the middle innings, and then eventually tie things up against one member of that impressive Royals.
Well, it was a good swing by Soler right there. Jumps all over a fastball. That's the swing you want to see on a 3-0 pitch. I want him coming out of his shoes looking to pull, especially we talk about the Jets stream today. 5 homers in the ballgame. All 5 homers went out to left field. This was one of them. This got us within a run right here. Great swing on a pitch where you're thinking, all right, I'm getting that 2-seam fastball. It's going to be running in. Put my best swing on it. Addison Russell here gets a changeup from Kevin Herrera. He's kicking himself. I was watching this one closely. He was not happy about this. This is as good as their bullpen is, this is the guy that throws the hardest. 99, 100 miles an hour. Hangs a changeup right there. Great for Addison Russell. Stayed through it, drives it out, and we got this thing tied.
Yeah, and they even had a man on second base with 2 outs, but Herrera able to get out of that situation. Time now for our Sports Authority play of the game. We talked to Lorenzo Cain in the pregame how much of a drought he was in. Not anymore after this. Had himself a good day.
Well, the ball was flying right, and Lorenzo Cain right there did a nice job. Battled Strope throughout that at bat. He got a 2-seam fastball that he could handle, but there's clearly he was trying to go the other way with that swing right there. Does a nice job of it and drives it over Dexter Fowler's head right there. But this is what the Royals do. They love to swing the bat. They love to put the ball in play, top to bottom, and this is a big swing right here.
The 3rd hit of the day for him, and then right after it seemed as though Justin Grimm and company might be able to get out of that inning. This is with 2 outs, a drive to center field. Dexter Fowler made a great catch a couple of innings earlier. This was not good.
Yeah, it's a misread. You can tell there's a bit of a hesitation as the ball was coming out there on how it was going to get to him. He couldn't tell how hard it was hit. That's the one thing, in at least what I picked up on that hit right there, that hesitation right there. And so then he tries to recover. Ball hits off the heel of his glove, loses it, and then it's just all, I mean, I've been there. I'm with you, Dexter. I know what happens. Feet come out from underneath him. You know, the runners are running around the bases. You're trying to gain your composure and make the play because you know that they're running and everything's going wrong. Don't catch the ball, kick the ball, slip on your feet, and you're unable to get the ball in time. I mean, what ends up happening, 2 more runs come across, and you felt like the game was over after.
Dexter, I'm sorry I had you as my key performer in the pregame. 0 for 5 day.
You ruined him.
He falls to 1 for 20 on this homestand right now. Time now for our Cholula Hot Sauce pitching recap of the day. Jake Arrieta wasn't the usual Jake that we're used to seeing today. Did throw his share of ground balls, but when he elevated those pitches, the Royals were able to elevate them up in the Jets.
He elevated at the wrong time. I mean, this was kind of the warning sign that I threw out there early. I mean, there's just such strong numbers. I mean, the Kansas City Royals are hitting .281. They love to swing the bats. I've continued to say that all show long. They don't walk either. And the mistakes that he made were early in the count. Those 2 home runs that led off right here, the first pitch of the ball game. Same with Gordon. It's the first pitch of the at-bat. These guys are up there looking for first pitch fastballs. I also said that teams have been doing that against Jake because they don't want to mess around with the secondary pitches. They're that filthy. They're saying, get on the fastball, and you saw a lot of that today. So, you got to give the credit to the Royals for being ready. The jet stream is blowing out that way, and even the lefties were aiming to left.
Yeah, and 3 solo homers in the first 4 innings for Arrieta. Kept his team in it, though. 7 innings pitched and allowed 4 runs, 8 hits, no walks at least, and 5 strikeouts. So look at the Kansas City Royals lineup there. Again, some nice production at the top there. Even when we were kind of highlighting Moustakas in the pregame, the guys sandwiched around him, Escobar and Cain, had themselves good days. Time for our first break here on Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. We will hear from Cubs skipper John Madden after this 8-4 loss when we return.
Cubs Postgame Live is presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all.
Kate!
She can't go alone. Give me your hand! That was close.
So you take a chance on that slick DirecTV offer. $19 you think, but after just 3 months, you're paying over $100 a month, and it keeps going up. Suddenly, you're locked into a 2-year contract that could cost you nearly $3,000. Thinking about DirecTV? Better hang on to your wallet.
There's nothing direct about DirecTV. Call Xfinity from Comcast for a great offer and lock in your rate for 2 years.
What's all this?
My own line of products, Barkley 34.
Smells like a locker room.
Exactly.
What's this?
The Rebounder. It's a dating app for the newly available.
Sounds promising. Can we build it?
Yes. CDW installed our HP per line servers with Intel Xeon processors so we can handle any data demands.
Any?
Any.
I like it.
Then you're gonna love Stir Charles.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Wherever we drive, we all need the same thing. Great tires at low prices. That's why there's AutoTech. AutoTech is celebrating its 30th anniversary with a huge sale. Come in and get most popular Goodyear tires marked 30 cents over distributor cost. Get up to $120 in manufacturer rebates. We're also celebrating with $30 off any service, brakes, suspension, check engine lights, and more. The AutoTech 30th anniversary sale. Now at these local Goodyear AutoTech centers today. Huntley, Woodstock, Crystal Lake, and McHenry.
Comcast Sportsnet, your home for Chicago Cubs baseball.
Welcome back. Join us tomorrow night at Anthem Bar in Wicker Park for a special Game 7 edition of Chevy Blackhawks pregame live, hosted by Coors Light. Watch as Pat, Steve, and Jamal get you ready for the action. Plus, don't miss a special appearance by 2010 Stanley Cup winner Brian Campbell. All happens tomorrow night at 6:30 as we welcome you into night. Currently 6:30 here on Cubs Postgame Live presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. Time now for our UPS store taking care of business player of the game. We're going to go with Jorge Soler. Not only hit that home run, which you'll see in a minute, but he also got himself a nice catch to end the fourth inning, even though he was a little uncertainty on this right off the bat.
I think it's on the break right there. And I wonder if the start time had anything to do with this. This is a mid-afternoon start as we move in, later. This is still early, about the 4:30 hour, where the sun's kind of starting to go down. It's kind of overcast a little bit. I mean, we watched it tonight. They had the same issue with Fowler in center field. So great catch. They're able to recover and make the diving catch, but some late breaks by our outfielders today.
And a couple of innings later, he is able to draw the Cubs to within one. We saw this a little bit earlier.
Yeah, it was a great swing right there on a 3-0 pitch. Good to see Jorge get the bat going right there. I know that the power, we've kind of been waiting for it. Certainly expecting big things from him this year. Jumps all over the 3-0 fastball right here. Gets it up, and it's a great swing. We had a hard time elevating Edison Volquez today. Not on this one.
Fourth of the year, first since May 8th, second since April 13th. Time to hear from Joe Madden in our Xfinity post-game press conference.
I believe that in just mechanics. I believe that in actual play. You got to be that's why I keep talking about the present tense on my card. Every day I write "be present, not perfect." I try to remind myself of that. That's how we're going to get over the top. We played well today, and then we broke down at the end. We had them on the ropes. They showed why they went to the World Series last year. We showed why we're not ready yet, and we got to get beyond that moment, and it is mental. It is how you compete at the latter part of the ball game. It's the believability. They aren't going to give us anything. Nobody in this division, in this league, is going to give us anything. We got to take it. And you only take it through the relentless execution of fundamentals and technique, and we haven't done that.
Go to the pitching, the leadoff walk.
Interesting thought there from Joe Madden there about comparing where these two teams are. As we take a look at the Cubs lineup, only 2 players with multi-hit games, those being Addison Russell and Chris Bryant. And Bryant was the guy who got the Cubs on the board first after they were playing a little bit of catch-up after those 2 solo homers from Kansas City. No, not a solo homer here, but at least did double to draw them to within 1.
Yeah, line shot in the gap. Great swing by Chris Bryant right there. And I thought the guys put together pretty solid at bat today. I know we've been harping on the runners in score position and the inability to kind of score consistently. But I thought the at-bats were pretty decent today. Edison Volquez was filthy. 95 miles an hour with tilt, great changeup, good slider. Got to give him credit. And we hung in there with him.
He also had a single in that 7th inning off of Herrera and was moved to second after Anthony Rizzo walked. As we take a look at Chris Bryant's overall numbers, they continue to be impressive as he continues rolling here in his rookie season of 2015. We'll be right back on Cubs Post-Game Live presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois as we recap Todd's keys from pregame.
This is Lydia's new Honda Civic EXL. Today it will take her far, with better fuel economy than a Toyota Corolla. Over 5 years, she could save $1,500 on average compared to a Nissan Sentra SL. But for now, there's a track she just can't miss, especially on that display. And with Honda Lane Watch, it's hard to miss her blind spot, too. No wonder the Civic is the best-selling car in its class. Start something special now with the Civic.
Flour-pressed soap, homemade hot sauce, artisanal pickles, whatever those are. Well, we're glad handcrafted is finally cool. Because at Firestone Complete Auto Care, we've been handcrafting since 1926. Robots might build cars, but it takes human hands to keep them running right. And that's a guarantee, backed by our fixed right promise. Firestone Complete Auto Care. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
With an 11% rebate on everything, Menards gives you the freedom to save on anything you choose, including sale prices. All Midwest landscape blocks are on sale, plus receive an additional 11% rebate. Enhance your yard with a 2 cubic foot bag of cedar chips or cedar mulch, $2.49. Plus, with an additional 11% rebate, they're only $2.22 each. That's savings on top of savings. Hurry in now because Menards has an 11% rebate on everything.
Save big money at Menards.
I sell paintings of cats.
I sell antique cameras.
I sell mufflers.
Cellos.
Surfboard stemware. It's odd.
Beautiful.
It has an unusual shape.
I have no idea how to pack this. Wow, we need help.
I need experts. It's fragile. Can you be trusted?
The UPS store pack and ship guarantee. We pack it, we ship it, we guarantee it. So if anything happens to this, we'll take care of it.
I love logistics.
We pack it, we ship it, we guarantee it at the UPS store.
Out here, there are no cheat codes, no avatars, no magic stars. This does not require an operating system or a username or password. And there will not be better versions of these games coming out next year. There's nothing like the good of sport. This spring, shop the brands you love, plus thousands of items on sale now. Sports Authority, all things sporting good.
Sports Authority is proud to be the official sporting goods retailer of the Chicago Cubs. Sports Authority, all things sporting good.
We welcome you back with our Four Seasons heating, air conditioning, plumbing, who's hot and who's not in Interleague play so far this season. On the hot list, the guy the Sox are seeing tonight, Jose Altuve. When is he not hot, though? 4 RBIs so far in his Interleague play. Mike Trout, bit of a surprise there. $194, 7 strikeouts. Again, welcome back into Cubs Post-Game Live presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield. Time for Todd to look back on his keys from the pregame show. Ready, set, go, Todd.
All right, here we go. Aggressive approach. I hated to be right on this one. This is not one that the Royals, man, they came out swinging those bats. First pitch of the ball game, over the left field wall, and we saw it all game long. Listen, we talked about how good Jake was at moments in this game, certainly efficient. Well, part of that efficiency is because the Royals love to swing the bat. They were all about it today. First, second, third pitch, they were putting the ball in play. So, again, we played from behind all day until we got it tied, but still, we never did have a lead. Number 2, early offense for us. Didn't have it, not enough of it. We kind of hung in there, and I'll give us credit for that. I thought we had some good at-bats, but again, it wasn't until the Soler homer did we really feel like we were going to get anything going. And finally, the extra outs / opportunities wasn't a factor early in the ball game, but certainly was late. You know, after the first comeback, you know, you felt like even though we were down 5-4, we still maybe had a chance to get back into that ball game. The Fowler error messed us up. But Jackson obviously had an error on a play as well. So we had 300 runs late in this ball game, which turns the score into an 8-4 game.
Yeah, and then you look at what Kansas City did offensively. They did draw 3 walks today, but that came with Strope and Jackson on the mound. The other was intentional. And while Kansas City ended up striking out 8 times on the game, they don't do that a whole lot.
Right.
Cubs doubled them up with 15. Time for one final break here on Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield. When we return, a look at tomorrow's mound matchup in Game 2 of the series.
History in the making. Cortez, 23 years old, first woman in the majors.
Never miss a moment. Get live TV on the go included with AT&T UVerse TV.
As I look out today, I'm moved by your hope for a bright future. A future where student debt crushes your dreams and where you move back home, share a bathroom with your younger sister. In short, good luck. You'll need it.
At Fifth Third Bank, we were curious. Could we help grads find the jobs they want? That's why we're giving away $1 million in job search training. Enter at 53.com/brand-of-you. Fifth Third Bank, the curious bank.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Cholula Hot Sauce, the flavorful hot sauce with the iconic wooden cap.
At DirecTV, we believe being ranked #1 in customer satisfaction is cause for celebration. We believe being named one of the greenest companies in the world highlights our enduring commitment to the environment. That winning 7 Emmy Awards in technical achievement showcases our innovative spirit. Each day we redefine what DirecTV can be, because we believe there's no place for ordinary when you entertain the extraordinary. Don't just watch TV. DirecTV.
Hi gang, Poogie here. We're growing up the savings at Poogie in Downers Grove.
We've cut prices to the bone. And we cook them low and slow.
Get a new Volkswagen Jetta or Passat TDI with 0% financing for 72 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash. Get the Poogie price and save.
Come sink your teeth into a great deal.
The things at Poogie are delicious.
Buy a new car from Poogie can be a
beautiful thing, Grandpa.
Poogie, Poogie.
As we head down the home stretch following this 8-4 loss, a look ahead to tomorrow's mound matchup. Giordano Ventura kind of off to a bumpy start along with his temper, but he's going up against Yoshi Wada. 2 starts so far, totaling 10 innings.
Yeah, solid, and I think you should expect the same tomorrow. But again, you know, there really is a format going up against the Royals. Everybody's trying to get after their starters, and that's going to be the challenge for the Cubs offensively, playing with a lead. We did not get ourselves a lead today, and tomorrow we're going to have to do that. If you want to avoid that Royals bullpen, which we saw dominantly again tonight, you're going to have to get an early lead in this game.
Yeah, Ventura so far 3-4 with a 4.64 ERA after winning 14 games and really being a factor down the stretch and in the postseason for them. That's going to do it for this edition of Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. For Todd Hollandsworth, I'm Chris Bowden. Next Comcast Sportsnet Cubs broadcast coming your way Monday and Tuesday next week. And the Cubs are in Miami to take on the Fish. Thanks for watching, everyone. Again, the Cubs fall 8-4 to the Royals. Sportsnet Central coming your way right now with Chuck Carfine.